subject. History. Tell me, Pa. History is a subject related to what happened in the past. So it is a record of past event. So let's come to the economics. What is called economics? Economics is a subject. It is a branch of social science which deals with the human wants. So where that idea emerged in the previous period. So that origin and development of economic ideas is called economic thought. So history of economic thought. So origin and development of ideas were emerged from the previous period. A study of economic ideas from earliest times to the present day is the concern of the subject. History of economic thought, it deals it. So it is a historical account of the development of economic doctrines as also of their impact on economic institutions and activities. So history of economic thought, it is a subject. It relates to the emergence of the ideas and the views of economics. Why it is important today? What is the impact will be happen? Importance of the history of economic thought. The study of economic thought reveals that there is a certain unity in thinking of man right from the earliest times to the present day. So the economic thought and this unity connects us with the ancient times. There is a connectivity from today and the past days. So it helps us to understand the different views of economic ideas. The second one, improve the science. The second importance of history of economic thought, how it is helpful for us. It improves the ideas of science and science of economics. So, then the study of economic thought leads to a change in the outlook of a reader. It reveals that there has never been an age in which the ideas have not developed. So some of the important values the history of economic that are having, without the ideas of the previous period, we cannot develop the nowadays economic views. So economics plays a very important role in developing economy. Without economical ideas, in the practical life, we cannot live anything. So first we have to understand what is the history of economic thought. First, if you are going to study about the money and the importance of money, we have to start with the barter economy. Because if we study the barter economy, we can realize the importance of the money, how it improves our lifestyle. So likewise, before studying the economics theory, we have to study about the economic thought. So it is very important at that. Then history of economic thought yearly period, divided into yearly period, medieval period and modern period. In the earliest period or ancient period, the period start from the people before the Middle Ages. So it refers to the economics of the classical age and the modern age in between. Before that it happened, the type of the economic thought, it is called Asian economic ideas. In that Asian period, so many economics started. In that one, economic ideas of Plato and the economic ideas of Aristotle is very important one. It covered in our syllabus. So Plato. Now we are going to be study about the ideas of the Plato, economic ideas of Plato. 427 to 347 BC, Plato was a Greek philosopher. He was born in Athens in an aristocratic family. He was a people of Socrates. You know very well about the great role played by the Socrates. He was a great philosopher. So he was the student of the Socrates. He taught mathematics and philosophy in the first grade of philosophers. So his great works are, there are two important works are there, the Republic and the Laws. First we have to understand that what are the role played by the early economics. So all their thought are based on politics and some norms of the ethics only. So it relates to the moral values. Politics and the ethics played a very important role in determining the economic activities. So the Plato theories are based on this one. So the next one is the origin of the state. Here, the Plato traced of the state to economic consideration. Plato said a state arises out of the needs of the mankind. So no one is self-sufficient. We know very well about that. No one is self-sufficient in nowadays. We can dependent for everything one another. So all of us have many wants. So there are wants in economics. It is called taste, desire, and motives are called wants in economics. To attain that wants, we have to depend on the others. So in this concept, in the origin of the state, Plato defines some views that he distinguished 5 types of the government. The following are aristocracy, democracy, oligarchy, the rule of the wealthy, and the democracy. Aristocracy ruled by the best, democracy ruled by the soldiers, oligarchy ruled by a few, the rule of wealthy, and the democracy is people, ruled by the people. So these are the different types of government. He already well defined in the origin of the state. Then the next one is the division of labor. His views on the division of labor. Plato's main contribution was in his account of division of labor. First, we have to know what is the meaning for the division of labor. Division of labor is nothing but dividing the process of production into distinct concepts. So, employing the labors in the division form, dividing form, it will be helpful to finish the work as early as. And for the next one, size of population. So these are all happen in a Asian time. So the problem of population was also analyzed by the Plato. The size of population in his state was assumed on the basis of the best result of division of labor. So according to the work efficiency of the people only, the size of the population should be described. So the right number of population suggested by the Plato for a state was 5,040 only. So his views on the size of the population, and then economic views on money by Plato. So what is called money? According to Plato, he recognized the value of money as the medium of exchange. First, nowadays the money plays a medium of exchange for us. Medium of exchange, store of value, standard of deferred payment. So many meaning are having for the money, but during that ancient time, money considered as a medium of exchange. So he did not favor ideas of allowing gold and silver to be used by the common man. Instead, he suggested the use of domestic coins for the payment of wages and other transactions. So he fully supported the transaction of domestic traders, neglecting the main views of the accumulating of the gold and silver. So according to the Plato, it is a role money played. during his period. And then the views on interest. Plato prohibited the interest taking for loans, but later on permitted interest taking as a penalty for delayed payment. Actually, he is not supporting the interest concept of interest because it is a very sin. The poor people may be suffered a lot because of heavy interest payment. So he neglected the interest view, but it is a, one of the claim by the people who are lending the money. So it is a penalty for delayed payment only. It is not a full authoritative income of the person. So the next view on value. Plato considered value as an inherent quality of the commodity. A man should not attempt to raise the price, but simply ask the value of the commodity. So value. Here, again, I'm telling value. Value may be divided into two: value in use and value in exchange. So value in use, value in use, air, sunshine, that type of the commodity are having value in use, but it does have the value in exchange quality. But value in exchange commodities like price paying commodities are having the value in use, even though it is not having the value in uh, uh, exchange quality or value in use commodity, we are paying money for that one. So according to Plato, the views on value, it is the quality of the commodity. So the value based on the quality of the commodity. And the next one is agriculture. Um, from the start itself, we know that one history of economic thought start with the Hebrews, Greeks, and Roman laws. So they were founded the strong foundation for the economic ideas, different views. So they started to learn about that economic thought. So he considered the views of Hebrews, what they supported for the agriculture. Agriculture is the most desirable occupation. During that time, it earns a more income for them. So agriculture plays very important role during the Plato period. So he supported the agriculture. And then the wealth and the poverty, the riches and the poverty. His view is that riches made a man careless while poverty led to inefficiency. Obviously, if a person is not able to attain the minimum standard of living, it is mainly because of inefficiency only. So, to break up the imbalances between the rich and poor, the wealth should be give some ideological views of on the poverty people, those who are living in the poverty without any justice. So, and the next point on communism. Plato's ideas regarding communism are extremely remarkable. This one is very important. So, he advocated communism to eliminate the evils of the caste system. So caste system was very dangerous one during that time. So based on the caste only, the occupation was divided. Because of the occupational status only, the standard of the people were determined. So there are a lot of imbalances prevails mainly because of the caste system. So he strongly supported the communism and criticized some of the people who were defining the caste system. So, according to Plato, his views on education, he stated that both the boys and girls should receive the same kind of education. There is no partiality, there is no distinction among the girls and the boys. So, both them are having a good and equal education. So, it is important in the modern days, nowadays. So these are the main views of the Plato. And the next, the economic ideas of Aristotle. Economic ideas of Aristotle was he was considered the first analytical economist. because he laid the foundation of the science of the economics. He laid the foundation of science of economics. So economics was the very important subject, we know, but it may be a science. Economics is considered as an art or science. Strongly we are now intimating that economics is considered as a science. So the base science, economics is considered as a science subject. The base was founded by the Aristotle. He was the student of Plato and the tutor of the Alexander. He did not produce any economic treatise, but he the important notes after Aristotle's are there. According to Aristotle, the ideas of the state, according to Aristotle, originates out of the needs of the mankind. He emphasized the origin of the state in the terms of the households. So the village grows out of a number of households, and finally the state comes into the existence. So his views on the ideas of the state is found by the household in that one. Then the other things will be continuously happening. Then the next one is his views on the private property. Private property. While Plato advocated the public property fully handled by the government, the private property are individual properties. So Aristotle supported the institution of private property. So giving the more preferences for the individualism. So the self motto will creating the more merit to the society. So Aristotle argued that public property would not be looked after as a careful property to everyone. So private property was a superior than the public property. According to him, the public property is more productive than the public property. Then the other point is the scope of economics. The word economics is of Greek origin. So economics is a word derived from the Greek language. It means the management of the household. Management of the household. So Aristotle developed the theory of economics while discussing the elements of household management. There were two elements, namely economics and its characteristics. So the farmer concerned with the art of consumption of wealth in the satisfaction of the wants, and the later with the art of acquiring the wealth. So the first one is wealth is satisfaction of wants. So by getting the wants, the human wants arises, then only the economic activities start to satisfy. So then the next one is the art of acquiring the wealth, how we are acquiring wealth and getting the satisfaction from that one. So this is the scope of economics. The words were given by the Aristotle. Then money. Aristotle views on money. Aristotle theory of money explain what money is and what money does. What money is and what money does. Aristotle explained the necessity of money, while Plato explained about only one important function of money. So this is, it is very important difference between the Plato views on money and Aristotle views on money. So he gave a thorough picturization of the money. What is money and what money does. So, but Plato defined only money is a medium of exchange. It is only one and important functions of money, but he left out the other things. So Aristotle identified the other things and gave a deep knowledge about that other functions of money also, namely the store of value, measure of value, like that. So Aristotle gave a better meaning for that money compared to the Plato. So his views on interest. The next one is his views on interest. According to Aristotle, taking was the most unnatural of all the methods of getting the wealth. It is the main view of the Schumpeter. Money served only as a medium of exchange. It cannot be regarded as a productive. So interest as one piece of money could not produce another piece of money. By getting interest, it adds value only getting the interest value. So interest is very important. Likewise, but Plato discouraged the view of interest, but he supported interest is very essential because giving some more advantage to the money value. So the next one is the slavery. Slavery was an important content which provided during the ancient times. The slavery is a system. We know very well about that one. The slaves are considered as an important labor source during that time, built of for the construction work and for marketing work, for many other works. So slavery plays very important role in economic activity. So they supported even Plato or Aristotle or Asian philosophers, most of the persons supported the slavery system. But today's it is considered as a sin. It is not supported by the people. But during that time, slavery was supported by the philosophers because the slaves as considered as a productive labor power. So they supported the slavery system. So then, yeah, in the early period of economic history of economic thought, we study about Aristotle and Plato. Apart from that one, the Hebrews thought are there, Greeks thought are there, Roman laws are there. So many detailed economic thought which was provided during that time is totally. Dominant role in the economic views are, but in our syllabus the yearly ideas only uh, impart giving the noted point of Aristotle and the Plato. So and the next one is the medieval economic thought. Medieval economic thought as a period, it is from yearly period, after the yearly period and before the modern period. It is considered as the medieval economic thought, a period from the fall of the Roman Empire. The fall of the Roman Empire in 4700 AD and 1453 AD. So the year in which the Constantinople fell into the hands of the Turks is generally regarded as the Middle Ages. Constantinople was the place which the Turks were captured during that time. So the total Roman Empire was collapsed during that time. So that period is considered as the medieval period. There are some regarding point Middle Ages as a complete break in the continuity of economic thought because the thinkers of Middle Ages that had emphasized on the negative aspect of the life. There is no positivity among the people. So they have some negative views and ideas. So during that time, it is considered as the medieval economic thought. And then so many persons are there, so many important persons are there. Saint Thomas Aquinas, the period starts from 1225 and 1274. He is an important scholar who lived during that time, the prince of scholastics, Saint Thomas Aquinas. We have to note that mainly the author, the time period from which and from which period start and which period finish their life period, and the next one is their views on economic ideas, main ideas, especially in the previous uh, content we studied about interest, money, origin of the state. Likewise, these are the things important as considered as a economic views. So we have to note that one. And the next one, Saint Thomas Nicolo Orism, 1320 to 1382 AD. Saint Thomas Orson was one of the great thinkers of the later Middle Ages. The first one is the started Middle Ages. He is considered as a great thinker of the later Middle Ages. Um, he comments on the misuse of the money. So, according to him, there are three ways in which one may make a profit from money aside from its natural use, and the next one is if it is a give a burden to the people by creating the money as into the another form of the money, if it is a burden to the people, but it is not a real action of the money, so the money has to be plays good role to the people. He described like that on the money we use. And the next, Thomas More, compared to the other two, during the period for the medieval period, Thomas More was considered as an important philosopher. Thomas More was an Englishman. He served on the board of East Company. He was given a systematic statement of mercantilist principle. Mercantilism, it is a system of important economic thought which provides during a particular period. So the base for mercantilism ideas, it started from the Thomas More only. So the Thomas More was considered as a greatest economist of the English as an Englishman. Okay, so Thomas More views or the different views are that from the first More recommends the cultivation of wasteland. He used to explain that we have to gather all the wasteland and implement it for the cultivation, and it will improve the production and automatically it enhanced the employment ratios. So he supported that. The second one, he suggested the restraint on domestic consumption of the foreign goods. Domestic consumption of the foreign goods. We have to control the circulation of the foreign goods among your domestic area because it will affect the domestic trade. So he is not support the foreign goods which circulated among the domestic to avoid the domestic trade wastages. The next one, he suggested export. So whenever we are exporting more, importing less, it leads to the favorable balance of trade. So Thomas More clearly explained that point. He supported the export. And the next one is the value countries export could be increased by the confining them to more ships. So even for exporting the commodities, the transaction among the other countries, we have to use our own transport. So it will reduce the wastages of money which was given to the other countries. So it will useful for us to improve ourselves. Then the next one is natural wealth. So natural wealth only created through the export only. His views like that. He suggested that fishing is one of the important practice during that time. It is developed by the English people. So the next point. He supported the shipping, the trade, and the king customize. So all are coming together to develop the economy. The next one is Thomas More encouraged a trade with far off countries, not by domestic within the country, bound country itself. Outside of the countries, it will helpful for us to earn more money through that one. The last More suggested that the normal mercantilist thinking, we have to study about the mercantilist in the later period. What is called mercantilism? What are the main thinking views of economics according to the mercantilism? So these are the main points which were given by the Thomas More during the medieval age period. The next content in the first unit, we have to see now the Muslim economic thought. Between 9th and the 14th century, between the 9th and 14th century, the Muslims world developed many advanced economic concepts, techniques, and usages. So this type of the main things are considered as the Muslims economic thought. Many economic thinkers was there. That's why we are giving a separate content for that one. Muslims economic thought. In that category, in this content, Muslims economic thought, there are some of the persons are very important contributors. Those who are Abu Yusuf, Ibn Khaldun, Ghazali, Al-Madwadi, Ibn Taymiyyah. So some of the aims, so they are the important contributor for Islamic economic ideas. So in this one, we have start from the Abu Yusuf. So mainly the views of Islamic economic thought based on five principles. So what are they? The economic development, the production, investment, finance, economic development, taxation, property. So some they give more preference for that one. They have some unique ideas based on that one. Specific Islamic concept involving money, property, taxation, charity. So it is considered as a five pillars. The taxing of the goods is called zakat, such as harvest to allocate these taxes to expand that are also explicitly defined, such as aid to the needy people. This is very important. A taxation. Nowadays, we are explaining what is called tax. Tax is a compulsory charge or payment levied by the government on an individual or a corporate. We are collecting the money from the rich people. Why we are collecting the money? To help the poor people. That is the main concept behind the ideas of views of Islamic economic thought based on the taxation. So it considered as a zakat. And the another one is principle of justice, principle of uses, determining the right and wrong, principle of moderation, principle of freedom. So these are the important wavelength they are having. They are depending upon the views. It's very important to improve the lifestyle of the people. So totally they are differ from the previous thinkers and the Islamic thinkers. The first one is Abu Yusuf. Yusuf, uh, born on 798, was the author of Book of Kharaj, literally the return of revenue. How we are collecting the revenue, public revenue and taxation. The public revenue, it is a role played by the government. All the source of the income which government received, the main source of the public revenue is the taxation. So they gave top priority for the public revenue and taxation. So his book fully talk about that one. And the next, Ibn Khaldun, 1960s and the 70s, Shia thinker worked to describe Islamic economics. So he gave a solution for the economic problem. Several works were done by him. Particularly, he is most well-known Islamic scholar who wrote about the economics was Ibn Khaldun of Tunisia. 1932, 1406, considered a father of modern economics. According to the Islamic economic thought, he is considered as father of modern economics, Ibn Khaldun. He discussed about many economic views which plays very important role in nowadays. So the forces of cyclic business cycle and economic activities, and so on. So Ibn Khaldun, compared to the others, his views are very important consideration of the society. Ghazali, the another important Islamic viewer, he suggested yearly version of the price inelastic of the demand, price inelastic of the demand of certain goods. So we have to understand about what is called elasticity of demand. First, we start from the demand. Demand, it is nothing but demand refers to desire backed by ability to pay and willingness to buy it. What is called elasticity of demand? The responsiveness, the degree of responsiveness of a good for a change in the price. It is considered as elasticity of demand. So Ghazali explained detail about how the goods are having the elasticity like that. He explained in his theories. And then the next one is Al-Marwadi was a prolific writer who created a large body of written material. He is having some proof. He proved his theory through the book. So, uh, in teaching and mentoring his people, while he may wrote a book. So, it's helpful for us to understand what the Al-Marwadi's ideas and the views on economics. So, on the next Ibn Taymiyyah, born 1263, Mesopotamia, died September 26th, 1328, 1328 at Syria. So he was one of the Islam most forceful theologians who was a member of the Hanbali, a school founded by the Ahmadiyyin. His views, his important views, theology, it describe about the conflict and the local authorities for protesting a sentence. So under the religious law, he against a Christian accused of having insulted the prophet. So the conflict between the class struggle between the Christians and Muslims, the religious law was strongly dominating the society during his period. So he criticized the type of the domination which was prevailing by the Christians. So he supported his Islamic views. The next one is we are coming to the main part of mercantilism. Mercantilism was an economic system of trade that spanned during the 16th century to the 18th century. So, from 16th to 18th century, mercantilism is an economic system of trade while in the worldwide importance created by the mercantilist thought. So mercantilism was based on the principle that world wealth was static. The government had no to regulate the trade to build their wealth. So, and the national power. Mercantilism is a very important content for you people for this semester. For this year, the first in the history of economic thought, so many content we studied. In that one, the mercantilism and the physiocracy or considered as an important topic for examination point of view. So mercantilism is an economic system. It mainly depends upon the trade during the period of 16th to 18th of the 18th century, throughout, especially among the European countries, so mercantilism thought. First, we start from what is called mercantilism. Mercantilism was a form of economic nationalism that sought to increase the prosperity and power of a nation through the restrictive trade practices. Its goal was to increase the supply of a state gold and silver with export rather than to deplete it through the imports. It also sought to support domestic employment. So their main view is they supported by accumulation of gold and silver, it will increase the wealth of the nation. So their view resist on wealth of nation. How the state can improve the wealth of nation? Only through trade. By the trade only we can accumulate more and more of gold and silver. So how it is possible for us? By encouraging the export, favorable balance of trade, like as the mercantilism framed their work on the economic ideas. So the next characteristics of mercantilism. For the first, they give top priority for accumulation of gold and silver. Accumulation of gold and silver. Now only I explain how can accumulate the gold through the trade only. Which type of trade? Exporting more the commodity. So balance of trade or exporting more. Through that only we can accumulate more of gold. By accumulating more of gold, it will helpful for increase the wealth of the nation. The next one, belief that wealth is a static. So wealth is considered as a static code. It is not considered as a flow concept. It will be, we know the word, the static is nothing but a state of rest. So there is no frequent change in that one. So they mercantilists believed that wealth is considered as a static one. The beneficiation of the people only through the exporting the commodities. So accumulation of the wealth. Then the next one is large population. According to mercantilism, the large population is considered as a strong supporting labor power to the nation. If the population increases more and more, definitely it will be increase the labor power in the country. During their period, the population is not at all a problem. But nowadays, the severe problem here, especially in India, is considered as a world, the first in the world, the first country. India is having the largest population. We surpassed the China. We surpassed the China. It is a severe problem nowadays. But during that period of mercantilism, the increase in the population, the number of the population, it will be helpful for the nation to increase the labor source and it will improve the trade activities. So large population is a remarkable one for the mercantilism. And the next one is positive balance of trade. If the positive balance of trade is nothing but favorable balance of trade. What is called balance of trade? The balance of trade means the balancing between the import and the export. When the country can be having the most favorable condition, when they exported more, then they import. So they supported more export. So the term is considered as a positive balance of trade. And the reliance on colonies. Colony actually the group of people migrated from one place to another place and settled down in that one, and following such type of activities and involving in the trade activities. So they supported colony activities. And the next one is state monopoly. Nothing but a single seller dominating the whole market power. So they supported state monopolies. The state has to be strongly supported the people. And the next one is trade barriers. Many emperors enforced a ban on trade between its colonists. So as well as that other emperors are saying barriers is nothing but the hindrances which are provided by the state uh, uh, to control the trade activities, uh, those who are misusing the trade activities to earn more money through that trade. So to ban that one, the mercantilists supported the trade barriers. So these are the main ideas of the mercantilism during the 16th to half of the 18th century. The next one, why the mercantilist start to decline? It dominates more than 200 years. Why it start to decline? So mercantilism declined in England and other parts of the world towards the end of the 18th century. 18th century. The following are the main reasons. The first one is under the influence of teaching of Adam Smith. The policy of the plenty began to replace the policy of power. The mercantilism started to decline mainly because of Adam Smith. First, we have to understand who is Adam Smith. Adam Smith is considered as a father of economics. Why he is so considered? So he is the first person put the economic idea in a systematic way. In a systematic way, he founded the ideas of the economics. That's why he is called father of economics. So the emerging of the economic views of Adam Smith, mercantilism ideas are started declined. So mainly because of ideas of Adam Smith. Mm, policy of plenty replaces the policy of the power. And the next one is development of banking and other domestic and international banking system. They reduce the importance of gathering the accumulation of gold and silver. So because what is the mercantilist thought? The first one, it's the first point itself, they gave top priority for accumulation of gold and silver. So if the banking activities are working smoothly among the nations, means there is no need to store of more and more and gold and silver. So the development of money, the development of banking system give a downtrodden way to the mercantilist thought. And the next one is the expansion of market economy, the expansion of market economy, the real estate business, likewise. So market economy expanded more and more. The extension of the view, it suppresses the view of the mercantilist thought by trade, gathering the wealth through the gold and silver. Then the next one is economic growth that took place during the Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution. The another one important point to suppress the views of the mercantilists, to decline the view of mercantilists, is that Industrial Revolution. During the 19th century, the role of industries and the production level among the world countries increases the activity of the trade and other things other than that, the accumulation of gold and silver. So industrial revolution in the world countries also giving the path to the decline of the mercantilism. Then the next one is the great progress made in science and technology. The important noted point that one improvement in the science and technology will give a big pocket to the mercantilist thought. So it increased the wealth of the national through the science and technology, improving the countries also, not based on the trade alone. So like the decline of the mercantilism started. During the period of mercantilism, economic life was highly regulated. This is the another highlighted point we have to understand, that highly regulated. So the restricted trade activities among the mercantilism, among the countries, those who are following the mercantilist thought, they are regulated by some restrictions. So there is no freedom of trade. Because of that, most of the people are suffered a lot, especially the traders. So the regulation and the activities which are put forth by the mercantilism, they drawback to them itself after started the views of Adam Smith. The followers of Adam Smith started to follow that one. The mercantilist thought was started to decline. So these are the main reason why the mercantilist thought were declined during that time, the starting of the 19th century. The next one is neo-mercantilism. Towards the end of the 18th century, under the influence of teachings of Adam Smith, mercantilism declined in England and other parts of the world. So the policy of plenty began to replace the policy of power. Laissez-faire principle with their emphasis on individualism. So we know laissez-faire policy. The laissez-faire policy, actually the policy was developed by the French people for their own welfare. What does that called laissez-faire? Laissez-faire is nothing but non-interference of government. Non-interference of government. The government should not interfere in the economic activity. But the government have some important role by printing the currency and foreign currencies. So likewise, they are having some role to be played in the economy, but not involving in the economic activity. What are the important economic activity we are having? Production, consumption, distribution, exchange. So like that. So non-interference of the government is called laissez-faire. That type of economy is called laissez-faire economy. So laissez-faire economy that strongly uh, followed by the French people. Adam Smith influenced by that one. So Adam Smith views started to follow by the people of the European countries. So the another impact, there is a need to emerge a new thought. So there is a need to mold up the mercantilist thought. To stop declining of the mercantilist thought. So that type of the thinking all considered as a neo mercantilism. New mercantilism. So next one is physiocracy. Physiocracy. This is another important content we have to note it on the first unit. Physiocracy. Physiocracy means, what is called physiocracy? The physiocracy were a group of writers who developed a body of economic theory in the France in the 18th century. So, physiocracy is an economic idea followed by the French people during the period of 18th century. That type of the economic system are considered as a physiocracy. The publications covered a period from 1756 to 1776. We have to understand that the shortest period of economic ideas which provide in the French nation, that type of the economic thought views is understand that physiocracy. Physiocracy wrote only for a relatively short period. Their ideas had a profound influence on the economic thought. That is why they are regarded as the founders of the science of political economy. Founders of the science of the political economy. So the physiocracy plays very important role in the economic ideas of French. So what are the main contribution of the physiocracy? First, the physiocracy was essentially a revolt of the French against the mercantilism. First, understand that a physiocracy was a essential revolt against the mercantilism. So, mercantilism was a mercantilists strongly support the trade. They are against the agriculture. So the group of agriculture people are strongly against the mercantilist thought. So the first, the one point itself denoted that the physiocracy was essentially revolt against the French, against the mercantilism. The second one is tax system of France. The tax system was heavily affected the people, those who are engaged in the agriculture, not engaged in the trade. So the tax system also plays very important role to emergence of the physiocracy. The next one is the finance of the French government were in a bad shape, unfavorable condition. During the time, the unfavorable condition which prevailed in the French nation, the financial system was not supported the people, so they ready to against the mercantilism thought and give a new path to emergence of the physiocrats. So the next one is French farmers were exploited by the noble people. The noble people exploited the farmers, those who are engaged in the cultivation. So it paved way for the emergence of the physiocrats. And the economic performance and the prospects in the France appeared unfavorable. Those who are engaging in the agriculture, they faced a lot of problem. The expenses are very more. So these are all the points we have giving the factors raised for the physiocrats. And the main views of physiocrats are natural order, value and property, the trade, the function of the state, taxation, and the net product. In this one, the net product is the natural order. Natural order is nothing but natural order is an order given by the God. It's an ideal order given by the God. So so agriculture is the main occupation. The remaining occupation are sterile, according to the view of the physiocrat. So natural order is an ideal order given by the God. Agriculture is the main occupation. So value and property. Value and property. The physiocrats did not treat the problem of the value in a systematic way. The value may be a difference between the value in use and there are two different value, the value in use and value in exchange. Already I gave the example for you. Value in use, air and sunshine, the commodities are having the value in use, but do not have any price for that commodity. But value in exchange, other man-made commodities are considered as a value in exchange. So but they were not giving the top priority for the values and other things. So the trade, the physiographer thought that all the exchange was unproductive, which are the trade activities based on agriculture. That type of the activity is only the productive. The other thing are considered as the sterile, unproductive activity. They strongly supported the agriculture activities through supporting the agriculture and discouraging the industrial activities. And the next one is the function of the state. Natural order of the physiocrats, the function of the state would be reduced to the minimum. The state has to be act as a minimum level. So the laissez-faire, the word, the word was defined first, very first by the physiocracy only. Then only the Adam Smith influenced the view of physiocrats. He used in the classical theory. So the next point is taxation. The theory of taxation is bound with the of the net product. They believe only the output of provident of a surplus. They supported the single tax system. They advocated the single tax system. The net product is net product get it only by the agriculture, not from the other, not from. So agriculture activity is considered as the productive activity. So in this activity only we are gaining the wealth of the nation. This is the main view of the physiocrats. Some of the criticism points of physiocrats. More, some points are not accepted by the other world, those who are engaged in other than the agriculture, that type of the country or not supported the physiocracy, physiocracy theory. Physiocracy was the revolt of the French people against the mercantilism. So they aim only to against the mercantilist thought, not supported the other economic activities. So some of the main criticism point out by the others, they put the economic on a scientific basis by applying scientific methods. So, apart from the criticism of many authors, the physiocracy is not helpful. In nowadays, likewise, some of the authors, some of the economic thinkers criticize the physiocracy thought. But apart from that, the physiocracy have some important quality. In this one, their views are based on scientific approaches. So, scientific methods they followed. Economic development was a major concern of the physiocrats only. So, they gave a top priority for the surplus of capital formation among the countries. The physiocrats realized the interdependence of the different classes in the economy, different classes of the economy. So the physiocrats insisted the government should restrict in functions. They advocated direct tax rather than the indirect tax. Lastly, the physiocrats must be given a high place among those who prepared the ground of the French Revolution. So in the France, in the French nation, the physiocrats still they have their own strong supporting economic activities, but not among the other European countries. So, by this topic, we completed the first unit. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Will be like yesterday we started with, just present the screen. Where did we stop? I think I made a. I didn't prepare the slide. So once it's done, I'll share it with you. Yeah, we spoke about microeconomics. We started with microeconomics. What is micro? I'll just share the slide. See. So we spoke about what is economics, what is microeconomics, macroeconomics. Uh, one sec. Kindly hold on. I'll get the notebook. Okay. What did we say? We spoke about. I'm just sharing the whiteboard. Yesterday we started something like this. We said economics is nothing but analysis of choice making behavior, and there we had mainly two types. One is micro, another one is macro. This is not writing. Sec. Micro and macro. What is I open it in the. Um, where are we? One sec, I'll open here itself with whiteboard. Whiteboard. Okay, we spoke about micro and macro. What is micro? Micro is individual unit. We speak about consumption, production function, or study about individual, and deals with the business firm. Some. And what is macro? Macro is nothing but aggregate national income, unemployment, inflation. Study of whole economy, deals with inflation, unemployment, everything, etc., etc. And in micro, we say we are speaking about micro because that is our paper. Here also, I'm not getting it. Micro. Sorry, the board. Okay. Okay. It is in micro. We spoke about demand and supply. Who's a demander? A consumer is one who demands, and his objective is, I don't know whether I spoke about consumer's objective and producer's objective. Consumer's objective is to maximize his utility or satisfaction. Yesterday we spoke about what is utility. In economics, you have to use this type of keywords, utility, uh, and maximizing its utility with minimum price. Because when price is low, only his demand will be high. At the same time, that product should maximize its utility. And the other one is, here we speak about demand, law of supply, production. Many things will be coming here that we'll see here. And in supply is nothing but a producer, because his objective is nothing but maximizing profit. Supply maximizes profit, and with minimum cost, maximizing sale, maximizing production, everything will be dealing in supply side. There'll be a price change, law of supply will be there, cost will be there, production function will be there. And then we spoke about why we have to produce. Unlimited wants are there, limited resources are there. Those who are willing to pay for them, we are producing it. And what to produce? Choice. Whether it is a consumer durable goods or consumer goods or producer goods. During what time, what should you produce? During flood, what should you produce? That we saw. And how to produce. It is a man-made production or machine, technology, choice of production, labor intensive, we said. India, Bangladesh. And then the keywords over here, there is something, then we spoke about production possibility curve, factors of production, we said. So many we saw. Okay, all these we saw in yesterday's class. And then cardinal and ordinal, we said, no? Cardinal is nothing but, what is it? And utility, yeah, utility, I should start with utility. Utility, we said utility is nothing but satisfaction. Or sometimes it means usefulness also. Under utility, there are many types of utility. There is form utility. What is form utility? It converts its form into another new type. It changes in one form. Example, I can say, what is it? A raw material. When it changes its form into, like cotton is changed into material, dress material for consumer utility. So when it changes its form, its utility also increases. Cotton has its own utility. I'll open the slide, one sec. When it changes its form into material, consumers utilizing it. Next is time utility. At a particular point of time, how, oxygen was very important to many people. Everyone would have come across that situation 2 years back. So that is time utility. Blood. A person who needs blood at the particular moment, how time is very important there. And place utility. One in one place has a different utility when it changes to another place. The rice in one place, it's very useful to another place. When it goes to another place, it has more importance. Knowledge utility is there, possession utility is there, service utility is there. Okay, there are different types of utilities also there. Then how this utility is measured in terms of utils. In one example, I'll give you that. And then I think yesterday we spoke about marginal utility and total utility. That graph also I've given you. I asked you to draw. Hope you're following the class and you're doing the work. Total utility is what? Summation of the units consumed. And I said marginal is very important. And then we spoke about consumer surplus, producers, consumer surplus, consumers equilibrium. Yeah, I remember. It was everything we spoke yesterday. All this is done. Okay. And then production possibility curve, indifference curve also we have completed. What is indifference curve? Combination of two goods giving same level of satisfaction. Yes. Then we spoke about budget line. Budget. You cannot spend more than that. You can spend something within it. Okay. So till all this we spoke about all these concepts yesterday. And then macroeconomics is nothing but summation of all micro activities is macroeconomics. You can have a question like this: differentiate between micro and macro, or write a note on micro and macroeconomics. So micro we spoke about many things. Macro means macro level, something very big. As I said, inflation, unemployment. In my house, I have a problem. Someone is not going to job, means it is a household problem. In the economy, so many people are unemployed. That becomes a macro problem. Okay. And here we speak about international trade. And as I said, there are different branches of economics are there. Mainly, we have this micro and macro. We have international economics, we have public economics, developing economics, health economics is there, environmental economics is there. So many are there. Econometrics is there, mathematical economics, agricultural economics. Okay. So then we spoke about what to produce, how to produce, and from whom to produce. Production possibility curve is also done. And then I'll go to the syllabus. 1 6. Um, yes, cardinal and ordinal is there. And demand is there. Okay. Yes. Now, we all this know, whatever we saw now about if he wants, consumer equilibrium, all this comes under consumption analysis. Okay, the law of diminishing marginal utility. Yesterday we spoke about this. Equi-marginal utility, consumer surplus, all are consumer behavior. Micro, we are speaking about micro. Micro is your paper. So consumer behavior. And then there is something called as demand. We'll start from here. What is demand? What is supply? And then we'll quickly finish this one. So what is demand? Demand is nothing but, I'll give you an example. And because I don't think you're speaking, I'll give the example and I'll tell you what demand is. Demand is nothing but if assuming you're walking in the road, okay, you're walking in the street, you saw a very good, very nice vehicle, a bike in the showroom. So you like to buy it. You really like the bike. You want to have it. You wish. That does not come into demand, because until and otherwise you spend on it, it is not demand. So you should have the purchasing power to spend, so that you need it also. See, I have the purchasing power, I have money, but I don't need the bike. It is not demand. When you give the money, you buy the bike, it is away from the showroom. You are the one who are creating the demand for a new bike to come and sit in the showroom. That is demand, because you have created a demand. Okay, so demand is nothing but, I think I'll be having the, demand is nothing but the different quantities of goods the consumer is willing and able to buy. The The different quantity of good that the consumer is willing and able to buy at different prices. Here, this is demand. And next one is law of demand. What is law of demand? Law of demand is nothing but what did we say? We said we speak about rational consumers. Yesterday itself, I gave this word to you. In economics, we speak about rational consumers only. There will be some exceptional cases. Don't speak about those exceptional cases and all. But demand speaks about rational consumers. Who are rational consumers? You and me are rational consumers. There'll be someone who says, yes, we would like to spend 1,000 rupees for this 250 grams of coffee. They are exceptional cases. We don't speak about them. We speak about where the major population are moving. So rational consumers. So what is the law? What does it say? It says when price is less, more people demand for that particular product. You see, okay, sometimes on the street they give 3 t-shirts for rupees 500 or 3 t-shirts for rupees or three some any commodity for that matter. 1.5 kg or 2 kgs of pomegranate 100 rupees. You see, people go buy it. When price is less, the demand for that particular commodity increases. This is universal. Everywhere economics is there, but you wouldn't have thought this is economics. When price is there less, the demand for the particular commodity increases. When price is more, the demand will be less. So it is called as law of demand. There is an inverse relation between price and quantity demanded. When price increases, quantity demanded decreases. Or when price decreases, quantity demanded increases. There is an inverse relation between price and quantity demanded. One sec, am I audible? I think I should go back and check. Okay, I want to see whether I'm audible. So I came out. Okay, what are we speaking? We spoke about price and quantity demand. We are speaking about demand, law of demand. What is law of demand states? Law of demand says that there's an inverse relation between price and quantity demanded. As price increases, quantity demand decreases. As price decreases, quantity demand increases. And I'll give you a data set. Kindly have a data set with you. Price and quantity demanded. Price I'm giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quantity demanded is for 1 means when price is less, quantity demanded will be more. That is the theory. So I'm writing here. Okay. So this is a combination of price and quantity demanded. This table speaks about the combination of price and quantity demanded. And when you draw a graph based on this, so you'll be getting a graph which is downward sloping graph. Clearly understand economics is nothing without a graph. You have to draw a graph. You have to name the axis. You have to name the curve, whatever it is. This is demand curve, DD curve. So what is this? When price is low, more, quantity demand will be less. When price is less, quantity demand will be more. You try to draw with this data set which I'm giving here. You'll be getting a proper curve. Okay? Then, what is demand function? Demand is a function of price of own quantity. I'll give you an example. Before that, we'll say, since we have spoken about law of demand and demand curve, the curve which you draw based on the table given above is a demand curve. Again, I'm repeating, the curve which you draw based on the table above is demand curve. Next, what is why the demand curve slopes down? Because there are 3 important reasons. One, they call it as income effect. Another one is substitution effect. In your syllabus, it's given Slutsky and Hicks equation or curves. So that is what this is. Income effect, substitution effect, law of diminishing marginal utility. So first I'll speak about income effect. What is substitution effect? and why we speak about this. Okay, now we spoke about what is demand, what is law of demand, then what is the reason demand curve for demand curve to slope down. The reason for demand curve to slope down is, what did I say? Substitution effect. What is substituted? Substitutes. Substitute means one in place of another. Clearly follow the class. Understand the example which I'm going to speak now. Assuming last month you went to a shop to buy some, we can say, okay, coffee powder itself. Last month or the previous month when you went, you found 200 grams of coffee powder is 200 rupees. 100 grams, if I say, okay, 100 grams of coffee powder is 100 rupees, and same 100 gram of tea powder is 100 rupees. So you don't have much, you're indifferent between tea or coffee. So you got coffee powder and you came home. So this month when you went there, same 100 grams of coffee tea powder is 100 rupees, and 100 grams of coffee powder is 250 rupees. So what do you found? When compared to tea, coffee is much more costlier. Understand the concept? When compared to tea, coffee is much more costly. So what do? You pick up tea and come back. We are speaking about rational consumers. There'll be many people who think we want to have at 11 o'clock, we want to have something hot. Evening, we want to have something hot. I'm not so specific about tea or coffee. So when the price of coffee increases, demand, this leads to price of, when price of coffee increases, the demand for tea will increase. Understand? When the price of coffee increases, demand for tea increases. So price of coffee increases, demand for tea increases. That is what substitution effect is. When you draw a graph, the graph will be upward sloping. What is it? As price of coffee increases, the demand for tea will also be more. So we are speaking about substitution effect. As the price of coffee increases, demand for tea will also increase. So this is substitution effect. Price and x-axis you have quantity demanded. Next one. Next you have income effect. What is income effect? What is income? We are speaking about the reason why demand curve slopes down. Okay, there is something called as income effect. Income effect is, as your income increases, your demand will also increase. Kindly mark the axis. X-axis you have quantity demanded, y-axis you have price. In this case you have income. Normally you have price. When you speak about income demand, it is income. So when income increases, quantity demand will also increase. When income is less, quantity demand will also be less. This is income demand. So income effect is nothing but, as an individual's income increases, his demand will also increase. And substitution effect is nothing but, when two products are close substitutes, the price of one product increases, the demand for its substitute product will also increase. Okay? These two. And then we have something called as market demand and individual demand. What is individual demand? Whatever we do just now is individual demand. When we draw a single curve, this is individual demand. So here I had price, here I had quantity demanded, and a simple curve. Now we had the table, right? Based on the table, if I draw a curve, it is individual demand curve. And what is market demand curve? Summation of all individual demand will give you market demand. Example, I'm telling, at home, if your father is going to shop, he'll ask, see, I'm going to purchase something, what do you need? So he's getting from each and every individual of your household. Your mother's giving a list, your sister's giving a list, you're giving a list. And when your father goes there, he aggregates everything and buys, right? So summation of individual demand gives market demand. Assuming you're having a nail grease in your city, it is in different areas of your city. So in first area, they'll ask how much is the demand for your orange, how much you need. Nail grease. The first area of the city, they ask N1 I'm giving. How much orange you need? They take a note of it. They say 2 kilos or kgs of orange I need. In another area, they go. They ask how much orange you need. They say 5 kgs of orange. In third area, they give how many kgs of orange you need. He's giving a number. So summation of entire thing. So the Nilgiris, when they come, when they go get the product, they'll be getting the product of for all the Nilgiris, summation of all individual, and they'll supply it for N1, N2, N3. Okay, so this is individual demand and market demand. Individual demand is individual. It speaks about the individual need of a individual person, the demand for a individual person, and market demand is the summation of individual demand. Next is exceptional demand curve. What is exceptional demand curve? When demand curve slopes up, it's not following the normal. Normally, demand curve slopes down. When demand curve slopes up like this, it is exceptional demand curve. Again, I'm telling, mark the axis. It is QD. In your x-axis, in your y-axis, it is price, and this curve is demand curve, DD curve. When demand curve slopes up, it is exceptional demand curve. So why demand curve slopes up? Yesterday we saw the Giffen paradox. What is Giffen paradox? Inferior goods. When the price of inferior good falls, we feel, or when your income rises, you feel very inferior to go buy a product like this. But now you can say people are health cautious. It can be rice, it can be ragi. When the price falls, when your income level increases, you feel that it's too inferior to go purchase that commodity and consume it. So according to your status, you like to have a much better product. Again, I'm telling, nowadays health is people are more aware about health. So this sometimes it's not holding. Even if the income increases, people are health cautious and they do consume ragi. We are speaking about why demand curve slopes up, exceptional demand curve. Then we have something called as Veblen effect. First one is Giffen paradox. It will be in your textbook. Giffen, Giffen paradox. Second one will be Veblen effect. Veblen. Veblen effect. So here they say rich people buy certain goods because it gives a prestigious issue. Diamond, when it is the rate is high, only people go buy it. When they say, when assuming okay, you're walking in the street, there's a showroom, or they've given an exhibition there. They buy a diamond over here, just 200 rupees. Will people go and buy it? Because it is psychological concept. They have put in their mind that diamond means per stone must be so many thousand. It is costly only, it's diamond. We call it as demonstration effect also. And that is what they say, ignorance also, because a product which is more price only, people go buy it. Certain things are like that. And then we have speculative effect also. If the price of the commodity increases, then consumer will buy more of it. Stock market, shares, because future expectation, now itself it's like future definitely it will go. That's speculative effects. Okay, and then we have something called as what was the next topic is a function of demand or determinants of demand. Then we have determinants of demand. We spoke about demand schedule, demand curve, market demand, individual demand, Veblen effect, different paradox, and then shift in demand is there. Shift in demand. Side heading will be shift in demand. There are two types in shift. I'll give you an example. You're going to a market to just get a banana, okay? The street side is there. Last night the person gave you 5 for rupees 10. And the previous day, okay? So today you're going, you found he's selling 2 for 10. What is it? There are two things here. One we call as extension and contraction of demand. Look at this graph. Okay, shift in demand is here. Shift in demand, extension and contraction of demand. The price changes. As the price changes, the quantity will also change. Initially, P and Q is the original price and original quantity. Mark the x-axis, y-axis. And change in price. If price increases, quantity demand decreases. Now he said 2 for rupees 10, right? So you're getting it. Sometimes he can say, no, today we have extra. So you get 8 for rupees 10. So price fall, demand is more. So in contraction and extension of demand, your price movement is there. Price changes. Whereas over here, what is here? Increase or decrease in demand. Demand can increase or decrease. But the price remains the same. For the same price, your demand can fall, or the same price, your demand can move up. So what is this? Increase or decrease in demand. So what happens here? The price remains the same. For the same price, quantity demanded can increase. What can be the reason for the shift in demand? Can be taste and preference. People's taste and preference can fall or can rise. Taking one apple per day or taking 5 amlas per day will improve your hair. There will be demand for amlas. Number of consumers, more consumers are taking. Definitely the demand will shift to the right or left. If there's a fall in consumers, they say, no, taking this particular commodity will cause cancer. So there'll be a drop. People won't consume that commodity. And then price of related good. Now I said no, substitutes. Price of coffee and tea. That is called as related goods. Income. If people's income increases, the demand will be more. If a particular income decreases, demand will be less. Future expectation. What is future expectation? Future, if you know this particular share price is going to increase, today its demand will be more. More people will demand for it. Okay? So this is increase or decrease in demand. This is increase or decrease in demand. And then next is, quickly see what we have to do next. Yeah, this is shift in demand, and next comes elasticity of demand. I think we would have spoken about determinants of demand, right? What is determinants of demand? Factors that determines demand. People's taste and preference. The income of a consumer, price of substitute goods, number of consumers. future expectation, income, climate change. So consumers innovation, something. All this will have an impact. All this will be a factors that contribute to demand. Next is elasticity of demand. What is elasticity of demand? I think I'll be having it here. I'll just check. Elasticity of demand is nothing but the responsiveness. You're going to a shop, assuming you got tomato for 10 rupees yesterday, 1 kg of tomato. Today, your mother's asking you to buy same 1 kg of tomato. You're going to the shop. On reaching the shop, you found that today 1.5 kg is 10 rupees. So what does it mean? The price sensitivity it shows. Based on the price, the amount demanded, quantity demanded, you change the quantity demanded, right? Either you go for same 1.5 kg or you buy only 1 kg. It's your choice. So the price change of a commodity, the response which the consumer is giving to the change in price with respect to the change in quantity demanded is price elasticity of demand. Elasticity of demand is important question. Demand itself is an important question. Elasticity of demand is a separate chapter. So elasticity of demand is nothing but the change, the responsiveness the consumer is giving to the change in price with respect to change in quantity demanded is elasticity. Okay, majorly two types of elasticity is there. One is inelastic and elastic. Already you know how the demand curve is. I'm drawing the demand curve again. This is demand curve. Demand curve is downward sloping demand curve. You mark the axis. This is quantity demanded. Your x-axis is quantity demanded and y-axis is price. And then you have something called as demand curve. Demand curve slopes down. Now, problem. Now we are speaking about elasticity of demand, ED. This elasticity of demand, two major types is there. One is inelastic demand, and another one is elastic demand. What is inelastic demand? Inelastic demand in the sense the change, it'll be much more steeper. Much more steeper. Meaning the change in price, the change in price, a greater change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. What is it? Does it mean delta P will be greater than delta Q? Delta in the sense change in price will be greater than change in quantity demanded. A more change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. A small or larger change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. That is inelastic demand. Elastic demand is nothing but a small change in price. It will be much more flatter. A small change in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. So small change in price will be less than change in quantity demanded. Okay. So again, mark the axis, mark the curve, price and QD. And this is DD curve. This is small change, right? Small change in price. It can be rise or fall. Again, I'm telling, law of demand says that only. There is an inverse relation. If demand increases, price will decrease. If demand decreases, price will increase. So there are two cases. Here also, when price falls, the quantity demand will be more. When price rises, a small rise or fall in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. That is the general, easy definition. Small change in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. Here, a greater change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent because it has less substitutes. This inelastic demand will have less substitutes. So three types of demands will be there. One is price demand, second one is income demand, third is cross demand. Types of demand, there are three types. Price in demand speaks about the relation between price and quantity demanded. Income demand speaks about the relation between income and quantity demanded. Cross demand speaks about the relation between price of one commodity and income of second commodity. Sorry, so, price of one commodity and demand of second commodity. That speaks about, that is given in income cross demand. So what did I say? Price demand, income demand, cross cross demand. This is elasticity of demand. Inelasticity, we know what is the definition of elasticity. It speaks about the sensitivity, how sensitive is a change in you're giving for the demand with respect to change in price. So the definition given over here is percentage change in demand, quantity demanded by percentage change in price. So what is this? Price elasticity of demand. We are speaking about price elasticity of demand, the degree of responsiveness of quantity demanded to a change in price. It's called as elasticity of demand. Price elasticity of demand exclusively. There are many methods. So this is what to say. This is one. This is quantity demanded. Okay. There's a percentage method, point method, outlay method, arc method. So nothing so specifically given in your textbook. I don't know, but I'm giving one simple. I'll just give about everything. No issues. So percentage method is, this is what is in front of you. Percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. This is percentage method. And then we have another thing, we have point method. POINT, point method. Here we calculate the price elasticity of demand at a particular point on the demand curve. If this is the demand curve, that is what we said, no? Demand curve slopes down. Demand curve slopes down. So if I want to see, assuming I'm having a point A, this is my price, this is my quantity demanded. Point A is here. Okay, point A. Point A, and then this I'm giving it as point B, and this I'm giving it as point C, and here I have something as point E. This is a very easy formula. So here in this point E, if I want to calculate the elasticity of demand, so elasticity of demand at point E will be given as lower segment by upper segment. Lower segment in the sense, what is lower? What at point E I said. Where is point E? Point E is there. Lower segment is EC by AE. So EC by AE. To be very crisp in this, so at point A, I'll give you the value. At point A, your value of elasticity will be, at point A, it is infinity. I'll give it over here. Take a note of it in your textbook. Take a note of this. At point A, your elasticity will be infinity. What does this infinity means? See, elasticity, I said it is nothing but change in what response you're giving for the change in price, how much you're trying to demand. But do you have any numbers? If so much the price increases, so much will be my demand. No, right? So that number, that numerical, is given by elasticity of demand. So elasticity of demand, we have at point A. At point A, it is infinity. At point B, at point B, it will be equal to 1 because it's unit elastic, lower segment by upper segment. Okay, I'm writing this. At point A, it is infinity. At point B, it is 1. At point B, it is 1. And point C, it is 0. Point E, where is point E? Point it will be, we said it's lower segment by upper segment. So it will be having a value which is greater than 1. Understand? Infinity, this is greater than 1. This is equal to 1. Here, it will be less than 1, and at point C, it is 0. That is point elasticity. And then you have something called as an outlay method. And then you have an arc method. Arc method is also draw an arc and then a tangent between 2 points. You have to measure the elasticity. So that is arc method. And income elasticity is nothing but, what did I say? Income elasticity is, excuse me. Okay, I'm presenting. Okay. Income elasticity is, was nothing but based on your income.
യൂട്യൂബിലാണ് കേക്ക് അത് തന്നെയാണ് പിന്നെ ആര് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ചേട്ടൻ്റെ
Not able to mute.
സോഷ്യോളജി അല്ലേ സംശയം സൊസൈറ്റി സോഷ്യോളജിയുടെ ഫാദറാണ് അല്ല അത് പറയാം
Arshad, kindly mute. Okay, so this is what elasticity of demand was. We are speaking about this only. And then, Arshad, can you kindly mute? This is elasticity of demand, and then we had what is this? Determinants of demand we saw. This is elasticity of demand. This is what I said. Okay, it is equal to 0. This is less than 1, greater than 1, infinity, and 0. So we have income elasticity of demand based on income and demand, and cross elasticity of demand is nothing but for one commodity and commodity 1 and 2. You can have substitute goods and complementary goods here. So there are two goods. One is substitutable goods, and another one is complementary goods. Substitutable goods, already we saw just now, both goes together. Tea and coffee. Price of tea and demand for coffee. At price of tea increases, demand for coffee will increase. Because we have in your x-axis and y-axis, what do you have? In your x-axis, you have price. In your x-axis, you have quantity demanded, and your y-axis, you have price. So this will be, as your price increases, quantity demand will also increase. Quantity demand for tea, I'm writing it tea, and price of coffee. This is for substitutable goods. This increases. Second one is complementary goods. Complement. So when in case, so if you feel that yes, fuel price increases, then the sales of vehicle will decrease because both goes together. per liter of fuel is so much, 500 to 600 rupees means the sales of it will definitely affect the sales of vehicle. Again, I'm speaking, there can be exceptional cases. At any cost, I'll buy this vehicle. They are different. But this is rational consumers. These are rational consumers. So obviously, when the price of fuel increases, demand for the vehicle will decrease. So price of fuel will be in your y-axis and demand for vehicle will be in your x-axis. Okay, that's all done. And then secondly, what happens after this? This is cross elasticity of demand, and then the determinants of elasticity will be nature of commodity or the price, government, the public finance. The elasticity plays a very vital role. Based on elasticity, they even the budget, how to tax, the tax and all plays a vital role here. The elasticity also depends upon number of the usage of the particular commodity, range of substitute, your income level, the nature of the commodity, the income spent on a commodity, durability, and the time. So all this plays a vital role as a, it can be called as a determinant of elasticity of demand. And what is the usage of this? What is the importance of this? It is used in public finance. It is used in international trade, for exports, for foreign exchange. It decides the quantity of goods to be produced. When the under price fluctuation fixation, it plays a very vital role based on the cost. It serves as in the distribution channel. Where, when, why, how. All this. Okay? And next is, wait, very quickly I will see what is cardinal and ordinal, then it is over. Yeah. Okay. Cardinal and ordinal. Cardinal utility is the utility we saw about an indifference curve, right? It is used, it is expressed in numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. I said no because it's quantitative. Whereas ordinal, it has an order, but it doesn't have not have any what to say. See, I like this first based on the satisfaction, which I should consume first. It is qualitative. It is more realistic. It ranks first rank, second rank, third rank. How do you rank this? What to say? These type of ice creams? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, clear? That's all. And quickly, let's see what was in our syllabus. Yes, supply. Supply is nothing but it's just the opposite of demand. Demand, you know that as price increases, quantity demand increases. Right? As price increases, quantity demand will also increase. That is decrease. That is, there is an inverse relation between price and quantity demanded. When we speak about supply, there is a direct relation between price and quantity supplied. As price increases, quantity supply will also increase. Or as price decrease, quantity supply will also decrease. So then you have something called as law of supply. That is law of supply. As price increases, quantity supply will increase. What is supply? Supply is goods, different goods that the seller is trying to sell at different prices. In demand, I gave you a chart. In supply, same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have, this is price, and quantity supplied will be, for one, you have 50. Sorry, it will be 10. When price is low, I can supply low. When price is high, I can supply more. Because who's the supplier? He's a producer. What is its objective? Maximizing profit, minimizing with minimum cost, maximizing sales, maximizing production, maximizing output. So he's a supplier. So then what will be the main determinants of supply? Cost of the raw material, technology. So what state of the technology? Good technology used, you can produce more, supply more. The factors, external factors, tax and subsidies, price of other goods, price of own raw material. All this plays a vital role to determine supply. And supply curve is nothing but a curve which you draw based on this table will be supply curve. So the curve again, kindly mark the axis. Your y-axis is price. Now your x-axis will be quantity supplied. So it will be a curve which slopes up. Low the price, low the quantity. When you draw this table, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will get this type of curve. So when it's more, you can supply more. This is supply curve. Okay. Then quickly, elasticity of supply is also same. Now we saw now elasticity of demand. We have elastic and inelastic demand. Elastic demand and inelastic demand. Same way of supply also we have elastic supply and inelastic supply. Inelastic supply means how the graph will be. Graph will be much more steeper like this. What did we say? A small change in price, a larger change in price will not affect the quantity supply to a larger extent. So it will be much more smaller like this. See this portion will be much lesser than this portion. So delta P will be small than delta QS because this is QS, this is P. Here it will be much more flatter. Sorry, it will be sorry. This is the other way around, right? This is the other way around. So it will be uh, top right. So this is demand curve. So it will be like this. This sense a small change in price. Again, y-axis price, x-axis quantity supplied will affect the quantity supplied to a larger extent. See? Okay? There are many materials available in the regarding your syllabus also. Kindly go through that. And we'll speak about the rest of the factors in the next class. Already 10 minutes over. So quickly I'll draw the supply in one chart itself. Quantity supply. See? Quantity supplied. This is price. And I'm drawing here. Be like this. This will be equal to 1. This is infinity. This is greater than 1. This is less than 1. And this is 0. Okay. This is elasticity of supply. For that you are drawing this. Class sir, நான் பேசுறேன் class. எனக்கு தெரியாது நான் போல. Okay. So yeah, next we'll speak about this production function and cost, and we'll finish this 2 units in the next class. Okay. And then market structure, and this will finish in the next class. So anyway, thank you. We'll meet in the next class. Any doubt till this, you kindly take a note of it so that we can discuss about the doubts in the last session. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, class. This is Dr. Arohi Anand, and I'll be starting the next module of your paper towards the understanding economics. I am so audible to all of you. Can I expect some answer from Payal, Shekhar, Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Great. So I'll be just presenting my screen. So is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So in yesterday class, we spoke about the definition of economics and what was the central problem of the economy, that is how to produce, what to produce, and for whom to produce. Then we also talked about the opportunity cost. Then we also spoke on information and incentive, and the last topic was the property rights. So moving ahead from your module 1 and going towards your module 2, which is the heading of role of markets, their functioning and welfare. So I'm showing you a slide. Is it visible to all of you? There's a question written for all of you. Do you demand these things? Can you see what products are there? Anyone?
Yes, ma'am. We can see some beverages and some soaps.
Okay. So do you all demand these things?
Yes, ma'am.
So there is a desire for it, and when there's a desire for it, you must have an ability. And if you have an ability, then you should also have a willingness to, buy all these things. So what all these things or what these questions are leading to us? The topic which we are going to talk about is demand. So, demand is the number of goods that the customers are ready and willing to buy at several prices during a given time period. There is a desirability, there's an ability, and willingness, which these three words play a very important role for any person to buy a commodity. We can desire a lot of things, but we should also have, in order to make that desire fulfill, we should have an ability and willingness also to get that product. So, if anybody asks you what are the three major things, or what are the three major components, or three major elements which you see in demand, then these three will be your desire, ability, willingness. And if you further break down, then it would be, narrowing down, it would be price, quantity, and time. That is, you are paying a price for a commodity against certain quantity which you buy and within a given time frame. Just imagine that you are going for a shopping, and you went out from your home, let's say at 11 a.m., and you came back at 9 p.m. in the night. So the hour you spent in buying, goods and services, and against those goods and services you paid a certain price for it. So these three components are the major or main elements when you define demand. So I have just taken a hypothetical schedule in the next slide where on the one side you can see there's a demand schedule, and on the other side of the same schedule we have a curve given. So the schedules give you various point name like point A, B, C, D, E, F, and there are two columns. One is of price, and other is quantity demanded of X, where price is given in points like 50 paise, 1 rupees, 1 rupees 50 paise, 2 rupees, 2 rupees 50 paise, and 3 rupees. And against these prices, we have different quantity demanded for, according to the desire and the willingness of the consumer. So when we plot these graph, we can see along the x-axis we have quantity demanded for X, and along y-axis we have the prices of X. So once we start plotting, you can see for rupee 1, it is around, pointed towards F point 50 paise. You have 7 kgs of quantity which consumer is ready to buy. For rupees 1, you have, it is point towards 5 kg the consumer is ready to buy. So if you see this schedule, you can see that when the prices are less, consumer is eager to buy more, and when the prices rises, the consumer are not so willingness to buy that commodity. The reason being that there's an inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded, and this is also known as your law of demand, which says that higher the price, lower the quantity demanded, lower the price, higher the quantity demanded. So if you can see, when the prices is at rupees 3, the quantity demanded is near somewhat F. You can see that this is at 1. And as the prices falls from 3 to say to 50 paise, the quantity demanded certain increases, that is from 1 it goes to 7. So this sort of transition usually happens in everyday our life. When we go to buy any sort of a commodity, as a consumer, we always want to pay less and want to get as much as possible. Whereas on the other hand, the supplier sitting on the other part of the desk wants to sell it at most high price as much as possible so that they can earn profit. So this side right now we are talking from the consumer side, where consumer is showing a pattern behavior where he or she is not ready to buy very large quantity at a higher price, but very much interested if the price of that particular product which he or she desire to buy and is willing to buy at a lesser price. So is this schedule and graph clear to all of you?
Yes.
So moving ahead, what are the factors or what are the determinants which affects an individual demand, or let's say the demand of all the individuals who are part and parcel of this society? So let's say, Pyle, can you just unmute your mic? I guess Pyle is not near her mic. Anyone else who would just unmute his or her mic?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Your name is?
Shekhar.
Okay, Shekhar. Good morning, Shekhar. So, Shekhar, just a very small question. In recently, have you bought something?
Yes, ma'am. I bought one laptop for myself.
Laptop for yourself. So, when you plan to buy a laptop, what all things were going in your mind? What you thought of? What kind of a laptop you want? What all things you kept in mind while
I
buying
want,
a laptop?
I wanted to the best with good performance and in the affordable price.
Okay, best laptop, affordable price. What else?
And it should be in the latest technology.
Latest technology. Anything else?
That much I thought that time.
Okay, fine. So that means whenever we buy a product, we have certain, let's say conditions, certain observations, certain thought process that we want our product in such a manner so that, it fulfills, it satisfies us. So the very first thing when we buy a product, or when we are ready to buy a product, we first observe what is the price of the product. Why we observe the price? Because it is connected with our income. We just cannot think of buying any product at any point of time. We always keep on checking what is the price of that product, because it does affects our living standard. Because if we buy something which is not, no, our pocket is not aligned, it becomes little difficult for us to buy that product. So prices play a very important parameter to make a decision. We may like numerous products which may be of a very high range, but we also need to realize what is to be bought within the budget which we are having. So when we see the price of the product, we check on the options. What are the options available? If we go for offline or online shopping, we see range of products, and based on the prices, based on the conditions set by us, based on the other factors affecting us, then we decide to buy that product. And income is the second most factor which does play an important role, because if we don't have a sufficient income, we cannot buy that product. So this price and the income of the consumer go hand by hand. And when these two things are in a good way placed, we have a good income, we know the prices of the product, then we go for prices of related goods, that is substitute goods, complementary goods which are available in the market. Let's say I'm not liking the laptop from Lenovo, so let's say go for a Dell, let's say go for an Apple. So what are the criterias, what are the points which we are looking to it, what configuration we are looking for it, and we just plus minus do some combination and permutation so that it can satisfy and fulfill our need. And yes, at last, my expectation. If I'm paying something, I want my expectations to be fulfilled. If not 100%, let's say at least 99%, it should get fulfilled, because otherwise, there's no use of paying a price for that product. So, all these, the 3 points which is, I've listed above the consumer expectations, talks about getting your expectations fulfilled. If you cannot afford a very high range, then you go for a little lower range. But for that a lower range, you need an income. And for that income, if you have a sufficient income and you know that you can pay certain prices, you also look for substitutes of goods. Then you also look for some complementary goods so that you can make an effective decision. Once these factors come in, similarly, all the individuals in the society, behave in the similar pattern. They check what they have, they check what is available in the society, at what price, whether they will be able to pay for it. If yes, they can able to pay for it, they look for a variety of products which are available, variety of configurations, variety of services. They pick, choose, make a combination, and then they buy a product. So when we talk of individual, we talk of individual demand. But when we talk of the entire society, entire group of people, we are talking in terms of market demand. Now, this is what is laid in the second paragraph also. The difference between individual and market demand is that individual demand is demand for single consumer, where market demand is demand for all the consumers in the market. This can be illustrated with the help of a schedule and graph. Please make note of this schedule and the graph which I will show to you all, and I will ask certain questions after the presentation of this class. So market demand, where all the individuals making certain demand in the society, and when we talk about them, we are talking in terms of market demand. So how do we draw a market demand schedule? To draw the schedule, we need to have an individual demand or individual demand made by all the households in a society. So this is what is drawn as a schedule over here. You can see the prices are mentioned in $4321, quantity of for consumer 1 or quantity for consumer 2. And when you horizontally add these quantities, you get the market quantity, that is the market demand made by all the individuals in the society. So this is a hypothetical society where we imagine there are only two consumers and they are demanding for, let's say, chocolates. And at price rupees 4, consumer 1 says I'll buy only 1 unit, whereas consumer 2 says no, I'll buy 2 units. Similarly, at price 3, they have a different choices for buying the commodity, and similarly at price 1, they show altogether different behavior. So in the fourth column where the market quantity is mentioned, you can see the summation is of column 2 and column 3 is, and that is 1 plus 2 3, 4 plus 2 6, Similarly, can you tell me when the price or is $1, the market demand will be?
12.
Well, excellent, good, nice. That means you people are following me. So this is what is showed in this graph as well, where the households or two different households are showing their demand pattern, and when you combine these two together, you get, I'll just go to the previous slide, the price and the market demand. You plot this column 1 and column 4, then you get such sort of a graph where combination of both the individual households are combined and the market demand is plot. Now the interesting fact is this: the some of the books will show you the demand curve being linear, and some of the books similarly at the same point of time it shows demand curve non-linear. So yes, when the prices change in a certain ratio, the curve will be linear, but when the changes in the prices of the commodity is erratic, at times 5, then 15, at times then 10, then 9, then demand curve cannot be linear. It would be non-linear and it will be little curving. Linear means straight line, downward sloping. Non-linear means there will be a curve and the slope of that curve will not be same at every point. Am I clear till here, all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, another two things which we talk about in the concept of demand is the movement along the demand curve and shift in demand curve. So, what is movement along the demand curve? I guess so. Till 10th, everybody must have read physics, and
Yes,
in that you must have heard about the term pendulum.
yes, ma'am. It's oscillate.
Yes, right. So remember the concept, try to remember the image and the diagram of it, and movement along the demand curve is somewhat similar to that. In movement along the demand curve, you can see the shape of the curve over here. It is showing the price on the y-axis, quantity demanded on the x-axis, and the demand curve is linear. You can see the difference between the changes in the prices are taken like that 5, then 10, then 15. So every time it is changed at 5%. Similarly, in quantity demanded, the changes is a the constant change at 4%, 4 to 8, 8 to 4. So that is why we are getting the curve linear over here. Now, you can see another two term is mentioned over here: contraction and extension. So when we move along the same demand curve due to the change in prices while keeping all other factors constant. What are the other factors? Like price of related goods, taste and preferences, income of the consumer, advertisement, all these other factors are kept constant. Then we can see the movement along the demand curve. So if the prices falls and the demands increases, we say it extension or expansion of the demand curve. And if the prices rises and because of it the demand falls, we say it contraction of the demand curve. I repeat myself once again. We are talking in terms of movement along the demand curve, which happens solely because of the changes in the price of the product, own price of the product. While the other factors like price of related goods, income of the consumer, taste and preferences, population, size, all other factors are kept constant. So when the price of the particular commodity changes, as a result, we get two factors. One is extension or expansion. Because of the fall in price, there's a rise in demand. And another factor which we get because of rise in price, the fall in demand, which is referred to as contraction of the demand curve. Am I clear till here, class?
Yes, ma'am.
And the next thing which we talk about is the shift in demand curve. Now, shift talks about push and pull. Now, shift in demand curves happen. There's a rightward shift, there's a leftward shift. Now, why there's a leftward and rightward shift? Because keeping the price now constant, the other factors plays a very important role. For example, you want your taste pattern changes. There's more people in your home. There is new income added to your living standard. So obviously you will try to shift from the old pattern, the way you were demanding, towards a new way of your living, new demand pattern, as a result of which you will move towards right hand side. But however, at times happens when there is a downward shift or there's a leftward shift, maybe because any other factor, maybe there's a fall in the income. As a result, you cannot sustain with the pattern or with the lifestyle which you are having. You will reduce your demand pattern. You may stop buying expensive things. You may suddenly change your entire lifestyle, and as a result of it, the demand will shift from its original place towards the left hand side. Now, once we have spoken about the demand side, that is the consumer side, we also need to understand at the same point of time how supplier behaves, how a producer behaves, how a company behaves when in this society the consumer is showing so many patterns. So let us understand first what is the definition of supply. So, if we start with the definition of a supply, the supply says the quantity of a commodity that a firm or seller offers for sale at a given price during a given period of time. That is, a supplier is ready to sell a commodity at a given price during a given period of time. And this definition includes three things, which is listed in on my slide: the quantity of the commodity that a firm is willing to supply. The next point is the price at which the supplier is ready to sell the quantity, and the time period during which the supplier is ready to supply these things. So, again, uh, when we were discussing demand, we talk about the three important elements, that is price, quantity, and time. Similarly, in the definition of supply also, the three components remains the same: price, quantity, and time. These three are the most, or you say the important factor for the producer and for the consumer while they are buying the commodity or the producer are selling the commodity. So, what are the main factors determining the supply of a commodity? Price of the commodity. As I told you earlier, also, that a supplier is guided with a very important motive, that is the objective of the seller or the firm. There are two objectives: sales maximization, profit maximization. And in both the objectives, they are trying to make as much profit they can, and or as much revenue they can earn. And in doing all these things, they want to keep their prices as high as possible so that they can cover their cost of production and enjoy the fruits of labor which they are doing in order to run their business. So they follow a command, or let's say there's a law of supply which they follow, which says higher the supply, higher the price, higher the supply, lower the price, lower the supply. Why it is? Because again, they believe that if the prices are raised, they can get higher profit, higher revenue, and they can cover their cost of production. So the suppliers, the producers, manufacturers, the companies, they are always in a mood to get as many surpluses, as much money, as much profits they can earn from the consumer. Prices of related goods. This also plays a very important role because there's a competition in the market. This is not a monopoly market where one person has the entire control of the world. There are numerous suppliers supplying various products, maybe of same type, different type. So they should know what product they are selling, at what price they are selling, what innovations they can bring in, so that they can take, or you can convince large number of consumers and customers to buy your product. At the same point of time, making a product involves lot of things. First of all, the cost of production. When we say cost of production, is basically the prices which we pay to the factor of production in order to run a business. So, what are the four factor of productions? Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Now, all these four factor of production work in hand together to make a product a successful one, so that people can buy and they can earn money from it. And by making this product, they need raw materials, they need inputs. So if the prices of input goes higher, let's say there's a drought, there's a famine, or any time of wartime condition, obviously the prices of raw materials will go high. So if the prices of raw material goes high in making any kind of a product, no seller is fool enough that they will sell the product at a lower price. They will also increase the price of the product, because they will be also paying to someone or the other hand who is supplying them the raw material. So the prices of input also plays a very important role while supplying a commodity to the people. The fourth point talks about the taxation policy of the government. Now, the taxation policy, the policy which government lays, for example, the indirect taxes which the companies or the business or the firms are supposed to pay. Now, if these taxes are, keep on increasing year by year, obviously the company will impose back to on customers. How on customers? By raising the price of the product. Indirect taxes, GSTs, everything will increase the prices of the product, because alone they are not going to pay it. They will recover it from their customers and consumers, so that they can sustain the business. And the last point, objective of the firm, which I told you in my earlier classes also, that the objective of the firm, be it a sales maximization, be it a profit maximization, they should be very wise as how they are planning it. They should be wise enough to select their customers, their area, geographical distance, people, whom to talk, how to do things properly. Then only they'll be able to supply the commodity to different markets. I hope so. These 5 points are clear to all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, who will answer me these two questions? What is the meaning of supply, and state any three determinants of supply? Shekhar,
Yes, ma'am, I can.
please answer.
Supply, sorry.
Answer the question.
Yeah, ma'am, meaning of supply is something you have to deliver in the particular time.
Hmm.
Uh, State three determinants of the supply. First is the taxation.
Hmm.
Second is the price of the commodity, and third is
Hmm.
the price of goods.
Okay. Good. Great. Anyone else who would like to answer? Payal?
The supply is the quantity a producer wants to sell to others. The means of supply maybe stage of technology, is capital, and other SMSTs to produce something.
Oh, good.
Price of factor of production, government taxation policy.
Okay. Great. Good. So now let's move ahead and let's talk about now individual and market supply. So what is an individual supply? Individual supply refers to the quantity of commodity which an individual firm is willing to sell at a given price during a given period of time. So when an individual firm or individual supplier is ready to sell a commodity to an individual or to a group of people at a set price, given set of quantity, and during a given period of time, we are defining as individual supply. Whereas market supply is the collective supply of all the firms in the market of a commodity at a given price during a given period of time. It can be desired by summing up the supply of all the individual firms in the market. The way we did with individual and market demand, similarly, the same concepts apply individual supply and the market supply, where all the suppliers taken together, if we calculate their amount or the quantity which they are supplying in the market at a particular price during a given period of time, we call it as your market supply. So when you say it as a definition, we now imagine it as a schedule. So when we draw a supply schedule, we see different quantities of a commodity which the firm is selling at a different price. If it is an individual sold by an individual supplier or a firm, we say it individual supply schedule. When we calculate the supply for all suppliers for all the market, we say it as a market supply schedule, which is also written in the slide. Individual supply schedule, when we represent a single firm willingness to sell different quantities of a commodity at different prices during a given time period, we get individual supply schedule. Whereas market supply schedule is constructed by summing up the supplies of all the individual firms at different prices during a given period of time. So this is what is shown in this schedule also, where prices per kg is given 25, 30, 35, 40, and 45. The quantity supplied is of sugar by firm A, firm B, and firm C. And the last column, which is your of market supply, is by adding A, B, C horizontally. So 100 plus 200 plus 0 is 300. So that means the firm C is not ready to supply at rupees 25, but definitely at rupees 30, 35, 40, and 45. So if you can see, when the prices are higher, the all the three firms are also ready to sell at a higher higher quantity. You can see firm A is ready to sell at 500 kgs, firm B 600, and firm C 400. So again, the law which I told you, that higher the price, higher the quantity supplied, lower the price, lower the quantity supplied. Or at times, the seller may not be even interested to sell, waiting to get a better price for its product. So this is what is this condition is. And this is the graph where on y-axis we have prices, on x-axis we have quantity supplied, and you can see these what these color represents: supply of firm A, supply of firm B, supply of firm C, and the green line is the market supply curve. By adding these 3 points, we get the final market supply curve, which is being available in the market. So all the factors determining the supply of commodity can be classified in two parts: price of the commodity and other factors determining the supply. So if we talk in terms of only price, then we are talking movement along the supply curve, that is expansion and contraction. If there's a change in the own price of the commodity, that is which the supplier are selling, we can see if the prices rises or prices falls. If price rises, the higher the prices, there's more quantity supplied. And if the price falls, the seller also reduces the quantity because he or she wants a better price or better environment so that they can earn more. Whereas in shift in the supply curve, keeping price, away, the other factors, that is price of related goods, technology, government rules and regulation, objective of the firm, price of the inputs, all these factors bring changes, shift in the supply, either right hand side or left hand side. So if it from S to it goes to S2, that is there's a decrease in supply, and if it from S it goes to S1, that means there is an increase in supply. So based on what we have discussed today, I have some multiple choice questions for all of you, and I hope you people be able to answer them. So once I will show you the question, I'll give you 1 minute time to answer those questions. If you are not able to answer, then I'll answer for you all. So the first question is, normally the demand curve will have dash shape: upward sloping, downward sloping, vertical, horizontal.
Downward sloping.
Again, please. The answer will be option 2, downward sloping. The next question, which of the following is an assumption made while drawing the demand curve? The demand curve must be linear, the prices of substitute should not change, the quantity demanded should not change, the price of the commodity should not change.
The price of substitute should not change.
Excellent. Next, the law of demand states that if there's an increase in a product's selling price, then what will be the option? 1, 2, 3, 4. What will be the option?
Madam, option 3, the quantity demanded for of that good will be increased.
Decrease or increase?
Ma'am, decrease.
Decrease.
Decrease. That means the option would be 1, not option 3. Okay. So there are some goods which are inferior in nature. That means as your income increases, you prefer them less. So there's a question for it. An inferior good is a commodity
Demand rise.
whose dash an increase in income. So what will be the answer? Demand fall, demand rises, supply falls, supply rises. What will be the answer?
Ma'am, demand falls.
Excellent. Next, movement along the demand curve shows option 1, 2, 3, 4. What will be the answer?
Expansion and contraction of demand.
That is option 1. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next question. Which of the following are the determinants of demand for a product or services?
All of the above, ma'am.
Excellent.
All of the above.
Excellent. And with this, thank you all. Thank you for joining today for my classes. I hope so. You got all your points. And again, if there's anyone new over here, I request you to please send me your email ID. Last class also, I shared some pointers with you all. I hope so. You must have received.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
Ma'am,
again,
I did not receive, ma'am.
yes, that is little bit a
Thank
problem.
you. I too have received it.
Okay, see, that is a problem because I request all of you to list down your email IDs over here. And like Shekhar, you have received those PPTs. So I request you all to share among your classmates. Please keep in contact with each other so that if somebody gets something from any of us, any of our all the teachers who are teaching you, please share it among you all because It is very important to attend all of your classes and be vigilant enough what is being shared. Otherwise, this is how you lose your notes and pointers. So again, I can see 5 of you over here. So I request all 5 of you to please list down your email IDs in the chat box so that I'll be sharing you this PPT so that you can work for your notes and everything.
Ma'am, does we have any WhatsApp group?
Okay, Payal, I've got your email ID. Shekhar, I already have. Shekhar, yesterday I shared the PPT. Have you received?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I have.
So please share it with the other people as well. You can also see their email IDs. So kindly give your feedbacks in the chat box so that if there's something more I can add in my lecture classes to make it more fruitful for all of you, it will be good enough. And thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, friends. This is B economics class. Hello? Hello? Okay. So I will engage principles of public administration. Okay. Just a minute. Okay. Today we'll see about organization. What are the basic concepts? What are the principles of organization? Generally, the term organization is derived from the word called organism. Derived from the word called organism, which means organized body of the interdependent parts sharing common activity. அதாவது நம்ம உடம்பு எடுத்துக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா the body, there are different organs like kidney, heart, brain. Okay, like that, each organs are functioning different manner. Suppose kidney is not functioning well, what will happen? We cannot pass our urine. So what are the organs inside our body? Each organ has to perform its own function. Then only it will work. Our human body will be successful. Otherwise, it will be a problem. Like that. So, like that, the organization playing a role. So, where the terminology was taken means from the word called organism, which means organized body of the interdependent parts sharing common activity. Interdependent. Brain is connected with the eyes. Okay. Any problem in the brain, what will happen? Paralysis. Losing our eyesight. So each organ are interdependent upon one with another. Like that, if you talk about organizations, there are a lot of interdependence. So with the interdependence, they are running in a successful manner. Suppose you take a company or factory, organizations. So to function this organization very effectively, other interdependent agents are very much important, like workers, salary, okay, environment, health, hygienic, everything was interlinked. Then only you will bring it as a successful industries or company. I hope now you got the idea. And some definition is given by some different scholars. Mune defined organization is the form of every human association for the attainment of a common purpose. Organization is the form of every human association, okay, for the attainment of a common purpose. For the common purpose, okay, we are performing the human association, either in industries or anywhere else. That's the definition given by the Mooney. Very simple definition. Charles Barnard, he defined organization is a system of consciously coordinated activities or forces of two or more persons. Organization is a system of consciously coordinated activities or forces of two or more persons. Like the different definitions given by different people to exhibit organisms. Now, next one, what are the chief characteristics of organization? If you say, என்ன மாதிரி குணநலன்கள் இருக்கும்? What are the characteristics possess? Take organization, general, I am telling general, they are purposeful. For some purpose only some organization will run. Without purpose, no organization will run. So, they are purposeful, complex human collectivities, complex human collectivities. Okay, different human collective activities required to run any organizations. Then they are characterized by secondary or impersonal relationship. They are characterized by secondary, not only primary, secondary relationship. Third one, they have specialized and limited goals. Each organization have a specialized and limited goals. They'll have to, because goal cannot be put forth very larger sense. So they'll have the limited goals. With the goal they can work. And then they are characterized by sustained cooperative activity. They are characterized by sustained cooperative activity. And then they are integrated within a larger social system. They have to integrate. Say organization, they have to integrate. They have to join with the larger social system. Many people will be there, take organizations. So these are the general characteristics which defining the concept of organization. And then, what are the bases? To talk about basis of organization means Luther Kulig, he identified 4 bases of organizations. What are the 4 bases or types of organizations? Category. What is purpose? Another one, process. Third one, persons. Fourth one, place. These are the 4 base for any organization. One is they should have purpose. They should do the process. Third one, they should possess persons, and they should have the place. Without this base, you cannot function the organizations. First, you see purpose. Purpose, it means the function performed by the organization. Example, whether labor department or human resource department or health department or defense department, they should have the, what is the purpose of health department? They provide a good health to the well-being of all the citizens. Purpose. So they'll have the separate purpose. With the separate purpose, the organization will function. What are the merits of this purpose means? It gives a coherent mission to the organizations. Because without purpose, no organization will run. So it will give a coherent mission to the organization. Without mission, there is no organization. So every organization should begin with a mission. And then it eliminates overlapping and duplication of work. See purpose. What purpose? The purpose of the example, the purpose of the car organizations, they have to provide a mileage vehicle. So there coordination is required, and they will try to avoid the duplication, and then they try to avoid the overlapping, and then it enables the fixation of responsibility for failure. It enables the fixation of responsibility why failure is taking place. Organization will assess. So recently, you know very well, the Tata introduced some vehicle, I think. So that came to the market. After that, it was get back by the Tata, I think Tata company only. Because some fall. After, even some people bought and run the vehicle on the road also for several kilometers, still they took those vehicles, taken for correction. After that only they are given there. Okay, so it enables the fixation of responsibility for failures, and it is easily intelligible to the common man. Okay, what are the demerits? So demerits also possessing the purpose. What are the demerits? Means it neglects the subordinate type of work. What I'm telling you to do. So it neglects the subordinate type of work. It ignores latest technology. It lead to departmentalism in thinking. It lead to departmentalization. So this is the first base. What is the first base? Purpose. Second base or second category, that is called process. Process means the technique or specialized skill used by the organization in the performance of work. Again repeating, process. Process means the technique or specialized skill used by the organization in the performance of the work. Example, organization based on the process are, example, you can take space department, law department, or washing department, or electronic department, whatever. Okay, they have to do the process. What are the merits by having this process in an organization? It facilitates the maximum amount of the specialization. It facilitates the maximum amount of specialization. It ensures the maximum utilization of up-to-date technical knowledge or technical skill. It updates the latest technical skill, and it secures economy due to maximum use of labor-saving machinery. So try to save economy or money due to maximum use of labor. So saving the machinery. And then it encourages the coordination in the technical work. It encourages the coordination in the technical work. And it is conducive to the development of career service. Okay, so process. First one, what we said, purpose. If you take any organization, they'll have the purpose. Second one, process. Under process also some demerits are there. What are those demerits? Means it is limited use. It cannot be applied in non-technical activities. It gives more importance to the means rather than the ends. Like that we can see. So this is second base called process. Third base called persons. P-E or S-O-N-S, persons. It means the group of people served by the organization. Example, organization based on the client or rehabilitation department, tribal welfare department, women welfare department, like that, so on. So what are the merits of persons means? It makes one agency responsible for all the needs of a group. It makes one agency and responsible for all the needs of the group. And then it facilitates the coordination of different services provided by the different beneficiaries. Provided different service provided for the different beneficiaries. Third purpose, it establishes a close relation between the target group and the agency. To provide the close relationship between the target group and the agency. And also, it enables the holistic approach of the problems. It enables the to view the what are the problems taking in the organizations. Fourth one, that is called fourth base, that's called place. It means territorial area covered by the organization. Example, the organization based on the places are external affairs department, territorial divisions within it, or the Damodar Valley corporations, zonal office of railway. So where that organization is functioning, the place of functioning, Place is very much important for any organizations. So it facilitates coordination of different services provided within a specified area. Why many foreign companies are want to start in India? Because space is available. Space rent is very cheap and compared with the other global countries. Space is ideal for them. Space is ideal to dump any waste here, even though, but to protect that, what do you call? Protect that, the pollution control board is there. So, under place, it facilitates the coordination of different services provided within a specified area. It allows the adaptation of national policies to the needs of areas concerned. And it's suitable in cases of long distance and communication difficulties. It secures economy due to reduction in travel and the communication costs. So places near, you can reduce the travel cost as well as the communication cost. Just a minute. Just a minute. And then, what are the major principles you can see in organizations? There are three major principles. What are those principles? One is principles through proper channel. Principle through proper channel. That means all commands and all communication should pass through the proper channel. No intermediate level can be skipped in transacting business. So principle through proper channel. That is one principle. Principles are through proper. Second principle, principle of correspondence. That is authority and responsibility should be co-equal and co-terminus at all levels. It is believed that authority without responsibility is dangerous. And responsibility without authority is meaningless. See how beautifully it is here. Responsibility, authority without responsibility is dangerous, and responsibility without authority is meaningless. See that during the Abdul Kalam sir period, he worked in space scientist, leading the team. Some failure has comes. So his boss, he accepted the failure because of me. He has not blamed the subordinate. When the success comes, he has given to his subordinate. That was happened in the history. Like that, authority without responsibility is dangerous, and responsibility without authority is meaningless. That is principle of correspondence. Third principle, principles of unity of command. That is, subordinate should receive orders from one superior only. So there should be a chain of command. There should be a clear-cut unity of command. If different people are giving different commands, how you can execute the work? You cannot execute the work. Okay. And then, what are the advantages of the principles of organization? Means it serves as an instrument of integration and coherence in the organizations. And then it acts as a channel of communication. It acts as a channel of communication. And it enables to fix responsibility at each level. So these are the principles of organizations. If you take any organization, it will fix the responsibility at different level. It acts as a channel of communication. It avoids short circuiting by ensuring strict adherence to procedure. All should to follow the procedure. Each one should not follow their procedures. Organization will put up some procedures. According to the procedure only they have to follow. And then it prevent congestion of work at the top level. Prevent congestion. Okay. And then it facilitate decentralization of decision making. It not be centralized, it's a decentralization of decision making, and also it facilitate delegation of authority. Facilitate delegation of authority, and also it provide a simplified procedure for that event or that course. And also I'm talking about what are the advantages you seen in the principles of organizations. And then it helps in coordination by securing unity of purpose. Which purpose we are working? Suppose today we have to provide 12 cars, means for the purpose they will have the coordinations. Okay. And then it promotes discipline and order in the organizations. So these are the various principles. Wait just a minute, and then next week. And then we'll see what do you mean by public administration, what do you mean by private administration. This is very important. Sorry, I didn't prepare PPT. Next time I'll prepare PPT. Next class. Sorry, but you have any doubt, you can ask me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So public administration refers to the administration which operate in the government. So public administration refers to governmental operations or governmental affairs or governmental setting. Private administration, it's private, like Ambani or whatever. They are all running the private. So private administration refers to the administration which is non-governmental. Public administration which refer to governmental activities or governmental setting. Are you able to get it? Public administration nothing but governmental setting. It operates the governmental setting. Private administration operates the non-governmental setting. What the difference between the public administration and private administration means? That is in terms of environment in which it operates. Okay, it operates in private space or private domain that comes under private administration. If it comes under governmental or governmental sector, it comes under public administrations. So public administration is a bureaucratic, whereas private administration is the business like. Say, I'm telling the difference between the public administration and the private administration. So public administration is a bureaucratic in nature, okay, whereas the private administration is the business oriented or business in nature. And then public administration is politically oriented, while the private administration is non-politically oriented. Okay, because the politicians, they have been elected by us, we are nominating them to represent us, and they are running the ministries. So it's a political unit. Public administration comes under political unit. Private administration comes under non-political unit. And then public administration is characterized by red tapeism. You know what is meant by red tapeism? Anyone? Two people are here. Red tapeism. Did you heard about red tapeism? No idea.
No, sir.
Red tapeism means suppose for passing any bill, okay, they will make a file. Okay, so they'll tie the file and keep it over on the table. They'll put some query and keep it. The file won't move at all. The file won't move at all unless we are giving something to them. The file will be there. That is called red tapeism. Because there are red color tape is there, urgent tape, or the green tape, something like that. Okay, so the file will be in a pending. Pending due to various reasons may be also there. But in private, why the file is pending? What is the reason? Who is looking that? See that? Why that the file is not moving? Why the order has not been fixed? Like that, the questions will rise in the private administration, public administration, governmental affairs. File will be put up. These are some drawbacks I'm telling you. So, more red tapeism can be seen in the public administration. There is no red tapeism in the private administration. That is free from red tapeism. So, according to public administration, service institution is basically different from the private administration, that is business information or business institutions. So it has different values, it needs different objectives, and it makes a different contribution to society. What are the major further differences between public and private administration? Means first we'll take political direction. Here, the political character of the public administration differentiated from private administration. Political administration is subject to political direction and control, where in public administration only you can see the political direction. So this is the primary distinction between the two. So here political direction will be there. Where in private administration non-political direction will be there. So it is necessary to emphasize that fact that popular political process, which are the essence of the democracy. And then public accountability. If you come to public administration, it's characterized by public accountability from which private administration is free. Suppose some policy they are interpreted by the government. So the governmental affairs having the accountability to do answer for the public. But the same case cannot be applicable to private administration. They are not accountable to the public or people. So public administration has to function in an environment which consists of press, political parties, pressure group, and so on. But here, nothing like that. So public accountability is missing in private administration. Public accountability is carried in public administration, that is governmental administration. And the principle of uniformity. Public administration has to be consistent in the treatment. It should possess consistency of the treatment in which word of public judgment. So consistency or uniformity has to be seen in the public administration. In private administration, there is no need any uniformity, no need any consistency. They can do whatever they want. And the principle of external financial control. Principle of external financial control. The finances of the public administration are controlled by the legislature. In other words, legislature authorities the income and the expenditure of the executive branch, but in private administration, on the other hand, no subject to the principle of external financial control. So private administration, there is no need external financial control, but in public administration, financial control is very much required. That's why auditing department are all there. Check and balance will be there. And then principle of service motive. Here, in public administration, they have to serve the public and promote the community welfare. Where? In public administration. That is governmental administration. But in private administration, no need. No need. They will work for profit motive. They are not meant for service motive. So, public administration having the service motive, private administration, no need. You cannot say they are not following, but no need, no need. And the legal framework, public administration has to function within the legal framework. Because government institution, they have to move in the legal framework within the limited set by the laws, rules, and regulations that govern by the respective constitution. But in the minds of private administration, they will have their own law, they'll keep their own rules and regulations according to their interests. They can change the laws, they can change the ethics or whatever. So legal framework is very much essential with the public administration rather than private administration. And then nature of function. So there will be a difference between what do you call the public administration, private administration. So it is more comprehensive than private administration, that it covers wider range of activities. Where in public administration, their nature is comprehensive. They have to cover overall. Private administration, no need. So wider range of activities is no need. And then activities are more urgent and vital for the very existence of the society. The activities are more, which activities? Public administration activities are very much urgent and vital for the society, and private is not at all. And then its services sometimes tend to be monopolistic, for example, defense. Okay, the name of defense, they can take a unilateral action. At the same time, there are some similarities you can see between the private administration and the public administration also. Okay, just a minute. Now we'll go to the another subunit called civil service. So the role of civil service. As per the Encyclopedia Britannica, they define that civil service is a body of professional, full-time officials employed in the civil affairs of a state and in a non-political capacity. Again repeating, civil service is a body of professional. They are full-time officials employed in the civil affairs of a state in a non-political, they don't have a political capacity. Okay. The politicians have the political capacity Suppose example, the politicians, suppose our education minister is telling that fill vacancy, school vacancies, some thousand vacancies in the schools. Okay, so the executive part will be taken by his secretary, nothing but bureaucrats. They'll do this. Bureaucrats are civil servant agent. And then Herman Feiner, he defined civil service the professional body of officials. They may be permanent, paid, and skilled. Okay, that is Herman Feiner defined. Civil service the professional body of officials. They are permanent and paid and skilled. That's why we are having test all India UPSC test, Union Public Service Commission, conducting a test and interview to select the IAS and IPS officers on different cadres. Okay. And then, what are the basic features possessed by the civil service agent? It does not include persons of military service and judicial service and police service. Sorry. Just a minute. Now we'll see what are the merits of bureaucracy. The merit of the bureaucracy is governed by objective standards, especially by the principle of admission on the basis of prescribed qualification, as attested by the outcome of written examination. Thus, by writing an appointment, the successful candidate do not incur personal debt to any sponsor or patron. So what are the merits of the system is recruitment by open through competitive exams and a life tenure of office, that is tenure during his good behavior in service training programs, position classification, a rational approach to pay and allowances, promotion based on merit principle, based upon his qualification and achievements, and retirement programs. So bureaucracy can be categorized into 5 categories in the developing countries. One is representative bureaucracy, another one party state bureaucracy, third one military dominated bureaucracy, ruled dominated bureaucracy, and ruling bureaucracy. These are the 5 categories which classified under the bureaucracy. Representative bureaucracy. What do you mean by that, friends? These are found in a competitive political process. These are responsible and responsive to the political forces which command the support of the electorate and dominate the political organs of government at a given time. Again repeating, representative bureaucracy means these are found in a competitive political process. These are responsible and responsive to the political forces which command the support of the electorate and dominate the political organs of government at a given time. Then party state bureaucracy. Party state bureaucracy are the byproducts of totalitarian regimes. The other one party dominated political system. Here, the state bureaucracy is penetrated, controlled, and dominated by the party bureaucracy. And then military dominated bureaucracy. Here, this exists in those society where armed forces occupy a strategic power position. Best example, Pakistan we can quote. The armed forces install their representatives in key civilian posts and endeavor to give direction to the state bureaucracy. That is called military dominated bureaucracy. So party state bureaucracy and representative bureaucracy. Fourth one, ruler dominated bureaucracy. That means here these are found in autocratic regimes. Autocratic regimes. Here the bureaucracy is the personal instrument of an autocratic ruler or dictator. It is used by him to strengthen his control and impose his purpose on the people whom he rules. Again, I am reading. These are found in the autocratic regimes. Here, the bureaucracy is the personal instrument of an autocratic ruler or dictator. It is used by him to strengthen his control and impose his purpose on the people whom he rules. That is ruler dominated bureaucrats. Ruling bureaucracies. These are found in the case of colonial rule. These are found in the colonial rule. Here, the bureaucracy itself, the de facto ruling element, de facto not legally, de facto ruling element in the political system. The decision-making power in both political and administrative matters is concerned in the hands of bureaucrats. Okay. What are the evils of bureaucracy? See, if you take bureaucrats, okay, they can endanger the liberties of citizens because they are having power. Simple understanding IAS, IPS officer. Endanger the liberties of citizen. He characterized the phenomena in new despotism. New despotism. And then bureaucracy thrives under the block of ministerial responsibility. Bureaucracy thrives or tries to do the things under the ministerial responsibility. So it ruins when it becomes the master. Okay. I think with this I will wind up today class. Next class I will prepare PPT and do the presentation. Okay. Now another teacher will continue. Take some break and another teacher will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next time I'll prepare PPT. I'll give more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, students. It's a continuation from morning class. It's presented. Okay, so we have done, I think unit 1 is over, except for angel curve. So whatever's left, I'll just give it again. Okay, yeah, cardinal and ordinal I saw here. So morning we started with that. So cardinal and ordinal, it's a mathematical term actually. We would have, yeah. It is actually borrowed from there. The number is like 1, 2, 3. All these are called as cardinal numbers. According to cardinal system, actually the utility of a commodity is measured. You know how utility is measured? It is measured in units, which is called as utils. And the utility also can be added, subtracted, or compared. What is it? What is utility? What did we say? Satisfaction. So satisfaction can be compared. We can say whether this commodity satisfaction is more than that. Is brownie the utility which I get in consuming brownie is more than marble cake, or it's less. So I can compare it. Anything for that matter. Okay, or I can say yes, the utility is double. Utility of cheesecake is double that of a brownie. It is comparable. Whereas ordinal is, you know that it has an order. It has an order like 1, 2, 3, 4. First one, second one, third one, fourth one, like that. It can be anything. But I'm giving it as an order. This comes first. This should come second. This should come third. Based on consumer preferences. First, second, third, and so on. I prefer to have, see, I'm comparing two, right? Eating brownie as well as cheesecake. There is different. But when I say I prefer brownie to be first, that is my first preference. So preference in the sense it comes as ordinal. I'm giving it an order. Actually, this utility analysis, it's like Hicksian thoughts. I think when you study about the economic thoughts, you'll come across these names and all. Utility cannot be measured. But this here we speak as cardinal and ordinal. It comes along with the utility only. When we speak about utility, along with the utility term only, we get this. Hence, we can call this as a quantitative as well as qualitative measurement. What? Both cardinal and ordinal. So, I'll just check whatever is left. Demand, ordinal, yeah. Consumer equilibrium. Yesterday we saw price, income, and substitution effect. Demand curve analysis, different elasticity of demand, income, and consumption, consumer surplus. We saw this. So unit 2, supply, we started. Again, quickly, I'll give a recap of this elasticity, because as I said, elasticity is an important topic from school days onwards. So you will be asked, if you ask means I just thought I'll again give a small recap. Elasticity is very simple. What did we speak about elasticity? It gives the sensitivity. How sensitive is your quantity demand with respect to price? The price is changing. So based on it, if you change the demand, that becomes elasticity. And elasticity is just a concept. But if I should say how much if the price changes, how much should I demand? That becomes numerical. So if 7 units of price changes, demand can come down by so many units. If I give a number, it becomes elasticity of demand. So elasticity of demand. Morning, as I said, it has two parts. One is, where am I? Some problem here. It is not moving properly. Elasticity of demand, as I said, it is two parts. One is inelastic demand, another one is elastic demand. So under inelastic demand, I said, what did I say? I'm just giving only the key points. Kindly remember, take a note of it, it will be easy. So delta P, that is change in price, will be greater than change in quantity demanded. The reason is it has lot of substitutable goods. Example, we can say substitutable goods can be brought under inelastic demand. Whereas under elastic demand, change in price will be less than change in quantity demanded. What did we say? Again, I'm going to recap which we did in the morning. A small change in price will lead to a greater change in quantity demanded. If I should give an example, I can say, if they say, okay, for 1 liter Coke, you get 1.5 liters. It's an offer. It is storable. So what we do? We try to get the Coke and we can store it in the fridge. It's less than change in quantity demanded. I don't know, something is a problem. And here, what is this? This is called as inelastic demand. This is elastic demand. And under inelastic demand, we had delta change in P is greater than change in quantity demanded. This is elastic demand. And there we had delta P. Delta P is greater than delta QD. So a small change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. That is inelastic demand and elastic demand. And then under elasticity, we saw 3 types of elasticity. One was price elastic, another one was income elastic, and the third one was cross elasticity of demand. So what is price elasticity of demand? Price elasticity of demand, nothing but, I think my PPT is visible. Is my PPT visible? Okay. Yes. So morning we saw this. Quickly we finished. So I'm just giving a small recap. Price elasticity is change in price with respect to change in quantity demanded. Change in price with respect to change in quantity demanded is price elasticity of demand. And the figure will be, again, repeatedly I'll be telling this. You have to mark the axis. You have to draw a graph for economics. So quantity demanded. So it is a downward sloping curve. And then income elasticity of demand. It speaks about the relationship between income and quantity demanded. Okay, so here it speaks a relation between income and quantity demanded. So what do we say? As income increases, quantity demanded increases. So it's normal. When your income increases, if I know for sure, so next week I'm going to get so much, 25,000 immediately is going to come out, even 1 lakh. So based on it, today my demand will be there. Okay, when it comes and I get this money, I should do this. That is income and quantity demanded. Third is cross elasticity of demand. Under cross elasticity of demand, I said there are 2 terms. One is substitutable goods, and another one is complementary goods. Substitutable goods, I'm drawing it here. Substitutable goods. What did we say in the morning? Substitutable good means it has a substitute. When the price of coffee is greater, the demand for tea increases. So obviously, the graph will be something like this. So this is price of coffee and demand for tea. Demand for tea, quantity demanded for tea. So in this case, what happens? Here, the graph will be, what did I say? As the price of coffee increases, demand for tea will also increase. So there is a direct relationship. Price of coffee and demand for tea. Okay, this is the first one. Second is this is substitutable goods. Okay. Then we have complementary goods. What is complementary goods? Morning, what example I gave? We spoke about price of fuel and demand for vehicle. So what did we say here? We said when the price of fuel increases, the demand for vehicle will definitely decrease. They think it's better to go and cycle. Why should we spend so much? Because it keeps on increasing. Again, we are speaking about rational consumers. So what happens here? It has a downward sloping curve, like normal demand curve. Okay. So what is elasticity here? We say percentage change in quantity demanded of good one divided by percentage change in quantity, sorry, in price of good 2. So if in case I'm going to put for substitute good, it will be for demand for tea and price of coffee. In case 2 for complementary good, it's demand for vehicle and price of fuel. Okay. If in case this cross elasticity is 0, cross elasticity is 0 means both the goods are not related. If cross elasticity is infinity, cross elasticity is infinity. Okay. Cross elasticity is infinity means it is substitutable goods. If it is negative means it's complementary goods, because you can see from the graph itself whether it's positive or negative. So based on it you're going to give it, and that's all. This is done. And the second one was, this was first unit over. I'll change the PPT, and if in case anyone can give your mail ID, I will just share the PPT so that it'll be easy. But you don't stick on to this because economics is so huge. You get a lot of information from the net based on your syllabus. Kindly go through it. Then supply. We started with supply. Supply was nothing but how much the commodity or how much good the supplier, the producer is able and willing to supply for a given price. That is supply. And then we have law of supply. Law of supply is nothing but it speaks about the relation between price and quantity supplied. So I'm giving an example here. So price and quantity supplied. Price 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Quantity supplied will be, for 1 rupee means you'll supply less. So you'll supply 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So drawing a graph. Now you have in your x-axis quantity supplied. In your y-axis you have price. So what happens when you plot the numbers? Kindly plot. I'm not plotting here. I'm just drawing it because of time. You know, everyone would have done graph in our school days. So plotting is the same. So quantity means 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 price. So for 1 means 10. For 2 means 20. For 3 means 30. So it will be a positive. Draw all the points, it becomes positive. So this is supply curve. Supply slopes up. Demand curve slopes down. So what does supply say? Supply says that there is a direct relation between price and quantity supplied. That is what you can see here. As price increases, quantity demand will also increase. As quantity supplied, I'm sorry, this is supply curve. Supply. So as price increases, quantity supply will also increase. As price decreases, quantity supply will decrease. This is about, what are we speaking about? This is about supply. Supply is, now we spoke about the supply curve. So based on the table, if you draw a curve, it is supply curve. And then again over here also we spoke about shift in demand. Shift in supply will also be there. Shift in supply in the sense, supply curve will, this is supply, right? So price and quantity supplied. This is original supply curve. See, understand the concept clearly. This is original price and original quantity supplied. So this point. If in case supply shifts like this, for the same price, see how much is able to supply. Clear? Your supply is increasing now. Initially, it was so much of quantity. Now it is so much. For the same price, he's supplying so much. What can be the reason? It can be more people, more producers are there. More people are there to supply. So I feel like it's okay. You give the same price, I'll supply more. So this is supply. Or it can be technology. I'm using new technology with minimum cost. So I'm able to supply. Then there can be many people who are using it. The demand for this has increased. So I'm supplying, okay? So supply can shift this side or the other side. Other side means supply falls. I'll move it here. Supply falls here. So see, originally this P and Q now supply so much. For the same price, is supplying very less. What? There can be many reasons. The cost of production could have increased. The price would not be feasible. I'm asking more price, they're paying very less for me. Or the technology, it's outdated. I'm not able to produce more. All these can be the reason for shift in supply. And factors affecting the supply, you can say technology, price of other goods, price of your own good or the factors of production, future expectation, number of producers, and it can be some political, economical factor, anything for that matter, taxes and subsidies. Now, next will be elasticity of supply. Yeah, shift in supply I've given here. This is when demand and supply meets. So elasticity of supply is here in front of you. This is elasticity of supply. Elasticity of supply can be drawn in the same graph also to have a better understanding. It's okay if you can draw like separately like this also, no problem. Same graph also you can draw. So same graph, because in demand you have to definitely draw separately. Elasticity of supply can be done like this also. Or if you are a beginner, you're new, it's better, don't get confused, don't complicate things. Draw separately like this, like demand itself. Provided demand is downward sloping, and supply is upward sloping. Based on that, you have to draw. So what happens here? Here, when it is too steep like this, a small change price, and this is quantity demanded, a small change in price will affect the quantity demand. A larger change in price, okay, larger change in price will not affect the quantity demand to a larger extent. See, it won't be equal, it will be less than this change, that is delta P will be greater than delta Q. The second scenario is, this is inelastic. Elastic will be flat. Small change in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. See this? The change over here will be less than this. And then you have unit elastic. Unit elasticity of supply. Unit elastic is exactly, this is unit elasticity. Exactly 45 degrees. The change in price will be exactly equal to change in quantity demanded. You can see this will be equal. And then you have perfectly inelastic and perfectly elastic. Where it is parallel to y-axis here, the value will be equal to 0, meaning for any price, quantity supply remains the same. Quantity supply, it has a demand, it can be 0 or it can be even the top. This is one scenario. Second one is, what is this? Infinity. Supply is infinity. Here, price is fixed. Quantity can be anything. Okay, that's all. So this is about elasticity, and quickly we'll go see the syllabus and come back. Elasticity is done. Production. Okay, so we'll finish this one. Try to finish even this if I can. Okay, so what is the production decision or production analysis? Production is nothing but very simple meaning. What is production? You're producing something. Production in economics. It's creating or manufacturing, creating something. Production in economics is, it converts the resources from one state to another state to satisfy human wants. This is the exact definition for economics, if I should say production. It is converting one to another one form of a resource to another form of resources to satisfy human wants. It can be natural resources converted into finished goods. Anything for that matter. It has to satisfy the human wants. You're creating utility out of it. It is not what to say. Here there are 4 factors of production. I think yesterday when I spoke about the circular flow of an economy, I would have said this to you. I don't know whether you took a note of it. So circular flow of an economy, we spoke about factors of production. Factors of production. We had land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur or organization. Anything you can have. So input is these factors of production. What are the inputs? This is the input: land, labor, capital, and organization. Output is you're using this and you're giving an output to satisfy human wants. Okay? Second. This is first concept. And then you have how you write production function. Production function is given as for demand function. I don't know whether I did it for you. So demand is a function of income, price of own good, price of substitute goods. So like this we write written. So function means you are supposed to write like this. So production function, how will you write? Here I can say production function. Production is a function of, or output is a function of land, labor, capital, and organization. That's all. Okay, clear? And then short run and long run. What is short run? Quickly, I'll give an example. Short run in the sense, you're walking in the street and you have seeing someone, what to say, a lady who's selling buttermilk in a pot. So you four of you are going there. You asking them, is buttermilk available? Yeah, yes, it's there. So immediately she mixes little and she's giving it. Because not much can be changed in short run. Suddenly 50 people coming, how will she manage? 2 or 3 can be managed using some extra, adding water or little curd, something you can do, and she's giving extra. But 50 people coming together, you cannot manage. So short run means except one, all other factors are fixed. Here one factor is fixed. Be clear about it. Here the pot is fixed. So I cannot make more than that pot. Or you don't have a curd, water is there. So one factor is fixed. And in long run, all factors are variable. Same example. So when you drank, what to say, that buttermilk, you're telling, see, tomorrow, few more, there's a meeting which is going to be held in this place. So can you get us 2 or 3 more pots of buttermilk? She's having a time. Today morning you're telling, till tomorrow she's having time. Tonight she can go and make it ready. So that is long run for her. I cannot specifically say this is short run and this is long run. You can have an exam tonight, that will be short run. Your semester exam can be long run. You have time to prepare. All short runs will give you long run, the aggregating of short runs. And another thing in short run, exactly I cannot use that word. So the aggregation of in short run, what to say, it is already fixed. Your plan is done. Your plan is executed. You want to build a building, you have done it. So the room is there. You have given the compound wall, everything is done. But suddenly you think, oh, that will be good if another partition is over there. That is in plan. But since the way, what did we say? We said one factor is fixed. So the compound wall is done, it's fixed. So within it, I can try to change something because it's not done. If the entire house is done, everything is perfect, then I can do some sort of partitioning here. Again, short run, one factor is fixed. Long run, all factors are variable. Okay? And yes, over here, some important concepts are there, which the measurement of production. I'll just check whether I'm having it here. Whether I'm having it here. So I think yes, it's here only. Okay. Production analysis, this is what we saw. Production analysis you're seeing. So this is the definition, and short run and long run. Then we have some measurement. This production analysis, how can it be measured? Or some what is it? We can call measures of productivity. So 3 measures of productivity is there. I don't think I'm having it here. No, it's 2 was here. 3 factors of productivity is there. Yeah, from the drawing itself you can see. One is TP, one is AP, and one is MP. Yesterday we started with utility. I said total utility, marginal utility. The word marginal will be following till the end of the syllabus. Or till you complete economics. Marginal will be always there. So TP is nothing but, total productivity is nothing but, CTP is nothing but, it is the sum total of all output produced. Sum total of all output produced. So it is given as, the formula for TP will be equal to AP by Q. Okay. So input. AP by input. The second is AP. What is AP? AP refers to the output produced per unit of labor. Using 1, what is the output produced? So TP by Q. It is TP by Q. And then MP. Yesterday also we said marginal. What is marginal? We said MP. Marginal is nothing but, you say, addition. Or you can say, like the change in total output produced by utilizing the last unit of input. So that is what we saw last time we saw here. What was it? TP at n minus TP at n minus 1. Okay. So total productivity at n and n minus 1. Already I've given this. If it is numbers like what is it, 5, 15, 20, 25 is TP, means. Yesterday we spoke about utility. The same thing I'm speaking here with productivity. So MP will be 5 minus 0, because you don't know the previous batch. What is happening? 5. So 15 minus 5 will be 10. 20 minus 15 is 5. 25 minus 20 is 5. Something like this. That is MP. This is also an important concept, but this is very, very, very simple one. If you understood this, it's very easy to write in the exam. See, actually, basically, what does it speak is, it is telling about how to use the resources and produce the output effectively and efficiently. What does it mean? Assuming I'm having 2 grinder, okay, grinder. Why? Because the flour business is very good. Idli business is going like idli batter. It's going very well. Idli and dosa batter, anything for that matter. So what happens is, I'm telling, I'm having 2 grinders and I'm having 2 workers for each grinder, or 1 worker. First we'll start with 1 worker. I'm having only 1 worker, and he or she is working for first machine. And then I'm getting orders. So what I'm trying to do is, I'm using the, she's the one using for both first and second machine, but it's not fair on my part, no, to make them overwork. So I'm taking another help of another person who's working in the second machine. Suddenly one it's absent, one is not there, means again the burden will be on one. Or if both are absent. So in this sphere, what I'm trying to take a third person inside. So third person will be there to assist. Till the third person, some sort of output will increase. Okay, I'm taking a fourth person also inside, because if someone is getting absent, it's very difficult. What happens? When more person comes inside, They spend time in speaking. Productivity goes down. When in a factory or in an industry, the person knows that it is a very good business, it's going well. So I'm making my workers to overwork, to do a shift, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours do. But I'm not paying them. What will happen? They'll go on strike. Because they know the production is increased, your profit is increased, but you're not increasing their wages. So you should know where to stop, how much output you have to produce, and what will be the final, whether you reach this destination. This is very important here. For that only, we are reading this chapter called as production analysis. So marginal product and total productivity we saw. There is some thumb rule here, or you can have this. Yeah, I think the data is correct. 10, 28, 45. What I've given is the data. I'll check the data. If data is here, 10, 15. Okay, 5, 15, 20, 22, 18. 5, 15, 20, 22, 22, 18. Okay. 22, 22 again, 22, 22 and 18. And here there is another 0 here. This is TP. And what will be input? I'm going to write here. Okay, so that'll be easy for you. So my input will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kindly take a note of all this and try to draw a graph. It will be very useful for you for your understanding. So 5, what did I say? 5, 10, 15. No, 5, 15, 20 only. 5, 15, 20, 22, 22 and 18. Okay. So what I'm telling is, you have this data with you, and now you can go and calculate AP. You can calculate MP here. Okay, AP also you can calculate, MP also you can calculate. MP over here is 5 minus 0 is 5. So first one I'm giving it as 0 itself. 15 minus 5 will be 10. 20 minus 15 is 5. 22 minus 20 is 2. 2 and minus 4. So AP, calculate AP. Draw the graph like this. This is the graph. Draw the graph like this. I'll give a relation. Okay. When MP is positive, I'm just comparing MP and TP. MP and TP. When MP is positive, write like this. Okay, when MP is positive, TP, what happens? When MP is positive, TP keeps on increasing. Can you see this? Just you can see from the table itself or even in the graph. See MP. What did I say? When MP is positive in the sense till here it's positive. Here also it's positively. Positive, TP keeps on increasing. So MP is positive means TP keeps on increasing. Case 1. Case 2. This is case 1, case 2. When MP is increasing, I can say for this only, this is under this, when, so I'm giving a subdivision, when NP is increasing, TP increases at an increasing rate. When MP is constant, see here what happens. When MP is constant, TP will increase at a constant rate. And third, when MP is decreases, but it's positive. See, MP is decreasing here, right? It's decreasing here, but it's positive only. Only when it comes out of this x-axis, it becomes negative value. Because you know, this side you have negative value, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, so on. So when MP decreases, but it's positive, TP also increases. TP also increases. Can you see this? But not to this extent. TP also increases. And finally, when MP is negative, TP also decreases. So you should know, if I stop here, my production is maximum. There's no negativity. The sense there's no negative production. I'm utilizing the input and giving a positive output only. Okay, for that only we are using this. And then we have done the short run and long run. And importantly, we have 3 stages here. 3 stages here. Now, what did I say? So, this is, you can see here from the graph itself. This is stage 1, this is stage 2, and this is stage 3. Stage 1, we call it as increasing returns because it keeps increasing returns. Stage 2 is constant return, and stage 3 is diminishing return or decreasing return or negative returns, anything. Decreasing return, negative return. Decreasing in the sense you can, yeah, here you have negative returns. That is enough to say, okay? And importantly, just only 3 points. What we can say here? What happens in stage 1? What happens in stage 2? Stage 1, as I've given over here, it increases at an increasing rate. Just speak only about AP, MP, and TP. A table like this, you will be given marks. But to speak relevantly, okay, don't speak irrelevant things and all here. What happens here? When TP increases at an increasing rate, specialization takes place. More and more output is produced than previous worker. Second, when in stage 2. So what happens in stage 2? When they produce less output. Look at the thing here. So this is increasing till this is increasing. Here the output is decreasing. Less output is producing. TP increases, but more than the output, the production falls. TP keeps increasing only, but the production falls. In stage 3, output falls because it is negative. An addition of one extra worker will give you a negative production. In the sense, your productivity won't be too positive. It's negative. It's loss for you. It's loss for the company, for the organization. When compared to previous worker, the output produced by the worker who's finally added is negative. So here this is a input is nothing but workers. So here you should know where to stop. How many workers should I stop? And to have a maximum productivity. Okay, and yes, I think this is over. The cross verifying time is over. Then AP, MP, TP is over, short run, long run over, and the graph is also over. The inference is also over. That is a big headache. So stage 1, 2, 3, you have to know. Very simply you can write. Next is here one, I think I forgot one. Important production analysis. We have Cobb-Douglas production analysis. What is this Cobb-Douglas production analysis? I'll give you, before going into that. Now I said no, increasing, diminishing, constant, return to scale. I will speak about it, and then you can have the numbers and you can try drawing it. See, understand the concept. When I'm using some input, okay? Keep it like this, very simple words. I'm using some input to produce output. That is the definition, right? The input which I use, after using the input, if the output is more than input, what is it? If my output is more than input, means it is increasing return to scale. Whatever input I use, the output is same as input. In quality also, same as input means it is constant return to scale. If output is less than input, I'm putting some amount of output. Input. Sorry. This is input and output. Okay. So first I should have input and output. Okay. For giving input and I'm going to get output. So the amount of input which I give is greater than the amount which I use. The output must be greater than input. Yes, I've given the other way around. Anyway, that is correct only. Whatever written is correct only. We are speaking about diminishing increasing, constant return to scale. If the input which I am using to get output, the output is more than input means it's increasing return to scale. Input is equal to output means constant return to scale. The output is less than the input which I use means it is diminishing, negative or decreasing return to scale. Okay, these three, and then you can draw a graph also. These three only you are writing here. So when you speak here, you can write about what is increasing, what is diminishing, what is constant return to scale. That definition also, whatever I said now. And in the table over there, you can find all three there. If in case, it will see whether I'm having a table here. Okay. For one, I'll give you. You try to see. See if my right here MP. This is my TP. If my TP is equal to, I'm giving the value, okay, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. What will be my MP? MP will be 20 minus 10, right? The original I'm just giving 10 itself. Everything is 10. So what is this? So whatever input I'm doing, if the output remains the same, means it's constant return to scale. So if that increases means increasing. If it's diminishing means it's decreasing return, diminishing return to scale. And yeah, we have economy of scale, economy of so increasing return, constant return to scale, it's done. And then law of returns and law of returns and return to scale is a law of return is there, and economy and diseconomy of scales. All these you have to see. So what does it mean? Here, there is a concept. I think you have this isocont, right? Isocont, because it comes in production only. Isocont, we are speaking about this isocont. Isocont, it actually helps to understand how different combination of two goods. Okay, how different combination of two goods, two or more factors is used to produce a same level of output. Did you hear the same definition somewhere else? You would have listened to this in indifference curve. But what did indifference curve speak? It spoke a different scenario. It said the combination of two good giving same level of satisfaction. If I consume 1 scoop of ice and 3 gulab jamun, I like it. So that is different for me. So that combination I love. So what is it? This is good to a combination 1 and combination 2. So this is indifference curve. When you speak about isoquant, it is nothing but two different combinations or two or more different factors combining together to produce, to give a given level, to produce a given level of output. So that will also be something like this only, curve. See, repeatedly we'll speak about that only. As I said, there is only two axes, x and y axis. When you speak about cost curve or this isocont curve, same thing. But this is also the same as demand curve. Don't get confused. Be very clear what you're doing. Okay, so what is it? What did we say? Here I'm having capital and here I'm having labor. So the combination of two. But my final ultimate output is what? I should produce an output, that's all. See, an example I can give. I want to produce this building. I want to have a building here. But I can, what I'm doing, I can use cheap labors with less capital. Or with more capital and few equipped labors, skilled labors. But my final ultimate output is I should have a building by this time. Okay, that is ISO want. Okay, then we have this isocont map. Yesterday also we said, what did we say? Indifference curve map means group of indifference curve for group. This is IC1, 2, 3. Group of indifference curve form indifference map. We said that. So here group of iso-quant curve forms iso-quant map. That's all. Okay, that's all. Then what is this producer's equilibrium? Producer's equilibrium. A rational producer always tries to achieve a large volume of output from the given factor to combine the optimum, to combine and use the inputs in a more effective and efficient manner. This level of combination of factors, he feels it's optimum because he found out. We are speaking about producer's equilibrium now. Producer equilibrium is nothing but he knows which combination of cost of factors he will get an optimum level of outputs. Okay, that is morning itself. I think I would have said to you, equilibrium is nothing but what is equilibrium? It is a state of rest. State of rest means, I'll give you an example. You're going to a shop. You're finding a nice on the street side. Okay, you're finding a nice. What nowadays the season we can say okay watermelon. I don't know whether you can bargain, but I'm telling you. So you're asking how much he's telling. Fixed rate is this. You're telling no, please give it me to this rate. Then he's telling no, it is only fixed. It is 100 rupees means 100 rupees. Then he's telling no, 50 rupees is only there. Can you give it me 50 rupees? Then there's a bargaining. You go up, he's coming down, he's going up, or you come down, he's going up. Something's happening. And finally, both of you will reach a point, right? That is equilibrium point. So yesterday also we spoke about consumer's equilibrium. He's happy because he's happy to consume that commodity with that money. He's not willing to move away from that place. Here, producer's equilibrium means producers happy and willing to supply it for that money. Supply the output for this given money. Okay, and then there's something called as Cobb-Douglas production function. We are speaking about production function. It's very important. If in case, so I'm giving this because the name is production function or production decision. See, this is production function. There are 4 different production functions are there. For your state, I don't know what, but normally Cobb-Douglas production function is very even in school, in your state board school or even in your CBSE school, you would have find this Cobb-Douglas. We have CS production function, and the others are also there. 2 more are there beyond if I think. But here it's enough to know about Cobb-Douglas production function. What is Cobb-Douglas production function? You have the formula goes like this. Take a note of it. Q is equal to A L power alpha and capital power beta. Where this is actual output. This is actual output. And L is the labor, K is the capital, and alpha and beta are elasticities of labor and capital. Then what is this? What is A? Capital A here. Capital A is nothing but total factor productivity. Okay, total factor productivity. That's all. So this is done. I'm leaving one in each. So here I am able to cover this angel curve, and here this elasticity of factor substitution we'll have. I think the name is given differently. I'll just check it and let you know. And now moving on to cost. What is cost? Very simple word. What is cost? Cost is nothing but, I'm having a pen in my hand. Okay. The time the pen, he started to, manufacture this pen till it comes and reaches my hand. Whatever cost is embedded there, it is called as cost. It includes even transportation cost. So how much a producer is willing to supply at what price is determined by cost. Cost is embedded. What did we say? What is the producer doing? He is trying to minimize the cost with maximum profit. And cost in turn is determined by techniques or technology, method of production, combination. All these are interrelated. So, what did we say? We are speaking about cost. What is cost? Cost, very simple language or very simple English. We say cost is nothing but it refers to the total amount of money which you spent to produce a commodity. Okay? And then here we have something called as cost function, as we had demand function, as we have supply function. Cost is a function of output. What did I say now? I said cost is how much a producer is willing to supply at what price is determined by cost. Cost in turn is determined by technology used, the method of production, the combination of inputs. So, cost function has this. What is this? C is a function of output. C is nothing but cost. There are different types of cost. Different types of cost. What cost is there? Cost is nothing. We have opportunity cost. First, I'll speak. Okay, the very simple items. I'll tell you, and then we'll go. There's something called as money cost. That is cost. The total money expressed that is incurred in the firm. The expenses in the firm for production. It includes cost of raw material, wages and salaries to the labor. And what is real cost? The money paid for security, for getting the factors of production is money cost. Whereas, because now we spoke about money cost, the money which you spent to get the in this factor of production is money cost. Whereas the effort, the sacrifice, or the work which is involved, all this is real cost. Okay, there is something called as opportunity cost. What is this opportunity cost? Again, a keyword of economics. Production possibility curve, opportunity cost. All this is very, very, very important. Opportunity cost. What is this opportunity cost? There are many other. For exam, if they ask, write a note on cost, different types of cost. Just one line you can write. There are so many costs, I'll tell you. We're doing now. Money cost is measured in terms of money, you can say. Real cost is measured in terms of effort, physical and mental effort. And then you can say there is something called as explicit cost, cost which is paid to others. There is something called as implicit cost within the organization, or within you. It is the cost is involved. See, it is my organization, I'm working. I needn't be paid. It is implicit. And then there is a private cost, social cost which is borne by the society, environmental cost, shutdown cost, economic cost, sunk cost. Sunk cost is cost which is sunk, which is gone forever. It cannot be regained back. Opportunity cost is actually the revenue which could have been earned by something else. It is gone, it's foregone. The cost which is foregone is opportunity cost. Very simple one-line definition. It's a next best alternative which is sacrificed. It's gone. if I give an example, like see, this time you have a movie, you have to go to movie, or you will miss your exam today. Today at 2 o'clock you have an exam. So at the cost of something, you are losing something, or you're gaining something. So that is opportunity cost. That is the cost of any good, the next best alternative good. That is sacrifice. That is gone. Then we have private cost, social cost, and we have accounting cost and economic cost. Accounting cost is explicit cost. Economic cost is explicit plus implicit cost. Okay. And yeah, then we have this cost. Quickly, I'll tell you this. I'll give an example. This will be. I'll give an example and I'll draw this. Kindly hold on. I'll give a. We are going to speak about cost. Cost, under cost, different types of cost we spoke, and don't have the data set here. It's two things I forgot. Now we are cost only, but yeah. Next class when I start, I'll speak about the equilibrium again, and I will finish it because that one and something else. Yeah. Cobb-Douglas production function. Under Cobb-Douglas production function, you saw this, and there are 3 points here. I forgot this. Kindly take a note of it. 1, 2, 3. Here, first point is alpha plus beta will be equal to 1, or alpha plus beta will be greater than 1, or alpha plus beta will be less than 1. If alpha plus beta is equal to 1 means it's constant return to scale. If alpha plus beta is greater than 1 means increasing. Less than 1 means decreasing. Okay. Economy of scale means, I think I left this. Economy of scale means, see, you should know where I should stop my production. That is what we saw in the last class previously. So after that, if I produce, I'll incur loss. So it comes like this. Oh God. It comes like this. Something like this. So till this we say, you can produce your output till here. Because the output, this must be output. This must be input. With the input, you keep on, this must be cost. This is cost. The cost will be reducing and your input increases. After a certain stage, in spite of your output increasing, your cost raises. So you should know where to operate. This is economy of scale, and we call this as diseconomy of scale. The other part. Okay. And then, what did we say? Yeah, we spoke about fixed cost, variable cost. I'll say, what is cost? Cost we have done. We have two major types of cost. One is fixed cost, another one is variable cost. I'll give you a small, very simple data set. See my, what did I say? Cost is there. In the cost, we have something fixed cost. The cost which is fixed is called fixed cost. Very simple. The cost which varies with output is called as variable cost. You got two definitions. The cost which is fixed, it does not change with output is called as fixed cost. Cost which changes with output is called as variable cost. Why? Yes, it's like that only. Because if in case, see, yeah, I'm going to start a tuition center. It's like that. And over there, if before starting a tuition center, I need a place, I need to have the board, a laptop or a projector, table, chair, AC, fan, everything. For this I'm spending, right? This is fixed cost. It does not change with output. Even if I don't get anyone, so this is output and this is cost. But I'm spending something, okay, even from zero. When output is 0 or 1 or 2, anything, the cost is fixed forever. Even if 2 people sit and study, come for tuition, or even 10 people come for the same tuition, the cost whichever I spent for the AC, fan, table, chair is same. It's fixed. So that is fixed cost. And variable cost is cost which varies with the output. What did I say? When one student come, I get some income, right? When 2 students come, I get some income. So what happens? So variable cost, this is fixed cost, variable cost is, so initially it's 0 because no students are there for me. Then 1 student come, I get some income. And 2 students comes, I get some income. It's something like this. It goes up. As the output increases, I get some income. So variable cost increases. And then there is something called as total cost. I'll give you the data set. You try to work it out. Okay, it will be very easy. I'll give the formula as well as data set, and when you do it, you can understand the concepts very easily. So total cost is nothing but fixed cost plus variable cost. I'll give you the formula. So what do we have? We had input I'm having, and I'm having fixed cost. Fixed cost is cost which is fixed. See, it is same. So I'm giving fixed cost to be 10, 10. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 10, 10. See, even if the output is 0, the cost is fixed. And variable cost will be first is 0, and then it keeps increasing, 8. 6, not 6, 18, 19, 20, 20. Okay, 6. How is it? Okay. Variable cost goes like this. For some reason, I'm having it this. And then 30, 12, 4 and 12, something like this. Then what is total cost? Total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost. So it will be 10 here. It will be 18 here. Right? This must be more. That's what I was thinking. If it is 10 plus, here it's 14. Okay, here it's 14. So it will be 24. Here it's 18. So it is 28. And then here it is 20. I can give it as 30 because it's 30 means total is 40. This is total cost. So have this data with you. I'll give a few definite formulas now. Then you have 3 more extra cost. You have average fixed cost, average variable cost, average total cost. You are going to calculate and you have it for you. Average fixed cost is fixed cost divided by output. So what is your fixed cost? 10 divided by 0, 10 divided by 1, 10 divided by 2, 10 divided by 3, right? So average fixed cost is fixed cost by output. Input. Average variable cost is variable cost by, so it is 0 by 0, 0, 8 by 1, 14 by 2, 18 by 3, 30 by 4. Okay? What is this? Average variable cost. And then what is average total cost? Average total cost is nothing but fixed cost plus variable cost. Average fixed cost plus average variable cost. Both these also you can do, or this one divided by this also will be giving you. So 6 you got. And then try to have a graph. Try to have a graph for every 6. I've given 6 terminologies over here. Fixed cost, variable cost, total cost, average fixed cost, average variable cost, average total cost. And try to draw a graph for all these things. And then there's called as a marginal cost. See, marginal cost is coming. Marginal cost. From total cost, you can get marginal cost, right? What is marginal cost here? 10 minus 0 is 0. 10 minus 0 is 10. 18 minus 10 is 8. 24 minus 18 is 6. 6 or 4? 6. And then 28 minus 4, 24 is 4. And here 40 minus 28. You get 12 or 14, something like this. So this is marginal cost, total cost, marginal cost. So there is some relation between average cost and marginal cost. What is average cost? Average total cost and marginal cost. Okay? That when you draw the graph, it will be very clear. So then you have short run cost curve and long run cost curve. This is short run cost curve. I drawn here, no short run cost curve. I said no costs and output. So this is short run cost curve. And what is long run cost curve? Many short run curves forms a long run curve. So long run curve, you have something like this. It's a boat shaped. So many short run forms a long run. This is long run. In your y-axis you have cost and in x-axis you have your outputs. Okay? Clear? So here we speak about economy of scale. It is a fall in average cost of production. Fall in the average cost of production can be due to the size of the industry, something happening. Your average cost falls, then your output will increase. When it increases, it's better to stop your production. There are many internal and external factors which contribute to this economy of scale. You can have labors, technology, marketing can be a reason, risk. Economy of scale is there. So many are there. External factors, R&D, training. These all can be given by externally, can be given so that it can increase the productivity. Okay, and this is for economy and this economy scale, and we have done with now we speak about revenue. What is revenue? Revenue is nothing but, because we will speak about AR and MR after that, quickly, just 5 minutes, I'll close the class. I'll finish with this revenue and I'll close the class. Okay, revenue is nothing but income. You're getting some sort of revenue. In this revenue, you have a concept called as average revenue, marginal revenue, and total revenue, and a small thing called as a graph which compares these two. Okay, so what is revenue? Revenue is, it refers to the total amount of money that a firm receives by selling its product. The firm sells its product and receives some sort of income, that is revenue. And here we have something called as total revenue, marginal revenue, and average revenue. Total revenue is only this one. That is the money the firm is receiving. Okay? Revenue is given as, total revenue is given as price into quantity. What is average revenue? It's a revenue per unit of the commodity sold. So it will be, average revenue will be TR by Q. And what is marginal revenue? Marginal revenue already you saw. Freely you're seeing that only, marginal. It will be total revenue at N minus total revenue at N minus 1th period. Okay, there is a relation between average and marginal revenue. When average revenue is constant, marginal revenue will also be constant. When average revenue increases, what happens to marginal revenue? I'll give you a like data set. When average revenue increases, what happened to marginal revenue? It increases, this remains constant. What happens to the other one? Okay, these three are very important, and AR and MR, I'll do it quickly. We'll go back to the this. I think it's more or less done. Cost forecasting is not the elasticity of cost is there. Okay. Agile marginal revenue, AR MR curve. We should draw AR and MR curve. And firm and market structure. We'll finish it in the next class. Okay. And then general equilibrium. Okay. So time is up. Thank you so much. Any doubts? Kindly make a note of the doubts. And you can ask. Is things are clear here? Any doubt till now? Okay. Thank you. See you in the next class. Bye.